Chapter 50. Breeze Whisks Willow. Once Ling Feng executed this move, everyone below the stage exclaimed, "Lawen, this move was executed with earth energy. Its power, speed, and strangeness were all increased by several times. Ling Xiao was still undefeated? What a pity! That kid called Ling Xiao could have maintained his winning streak. But unfortunately, he met Ling Feng, who condensed earth energy." On the spectator stand, the fourth-ranked Ling Zhan couldn't help but sigh. Since Ling Zhan said so, it can't be wrong. "Let's see how you dodge this move." Ling Feng's eyes were filled with resentment and excitement because he knew that he was only one step away from victory. Below the stage, many people revealed expressions of schadenfreude. Ling Chong, Ling Taishou, Ling Ziran, these people had all lost to Ling Xiao. However, they were all narrow-minded and refused to accept their loss. They always felt that it was a disgrace for a little beggar to ride on their heads. Ling Yu's expression was even more interesting. She was so excited that her face was slightly red. She stood up shakily and excitedly waited for Ling Xiao to fall. She wanted to cheer. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, she would have been able to advance to the semi-finals. She definitely wouldn't have been eliminated in the 10,000 people tournament. He watched as the extremely strange wind whisks willow soared, closed in on Ling Xiao. Some were worried, some were excited, and of course, some were happy. However, facing this move, Ling Xiao only laughed and said, "Come at me." Then he punched out with both fists. In that instant, a faint shadow of true energy appeared on his body. It was still a bull. However, this bull was a little different. It was clearly bigger than the previous one, and its horns were longer. "It's actually a foundational martial art," a judge exclaimed. "No, that's not right. This is no longer a foundational martial art. It should be a high-level martial art at the very least." The head judge shook his head and said, "This kid can actually modify his own martial art." Ling Xiao obviously didn't have the ability to modify his own martial art. This was all thanks to the Demon Ox art and the Mountain River martial spirit. Demon Ox art, Demon Ox transformation. With a roar, a terrifying amount of true energy surged into his fists. His fists were the horns of the ox demon, and they collided with Ling Feng's windswept willow sword chi. It's a pity that even if it's a high-grade martial art, it's impossible for it to go against earth energy. Humph, this Ling Xiao is really overestimating himself. It would be better if he just admitted defeat. It's normal for young people to be a little arrogant. Many of the family experts in the stands didn't have high hopes for Ling Xiao's punch. "Go to hell. Ling Xiao lose." Ling Xiao roared furiously. The rage that had been suppressed within his chest for a long time was finally unleashed. First, countless willow-like sword beams struck Ling Xiao. Pa, pa, pa. The continuous attacks landed on Ling Xiao's body, creating a sound that resembled rain hitting the ground. It's not over yet. The willow-like sword beams weren't strong enough to break through Ling Xiao's defense. Although Ling Feng was surprised, it was also within his expectations. His real killing move was the wind kill within the willow-like sword beams. Humph. Your earth chi is only SOO. Ling Xiao was a little disappointed. It seemed that the concentration of earth chi determined the power of the attack. Ling Feng, who only had one martial vein and 10% earth chi, wasn't qualified to force him to use his earth chi. He didn't even need to use a stronger move. "Get the hell back!" Ling Xiao roared furiously. His fists had already landed on the wind formed by the earth chi. At that moment, Ling Xiao looked more like a demon ox wrapped in true energy. His figure vaguely became a lot bigger. Boom! First, the willow-like sword beams were blasted away. Clang! The astral energy that had been condensed into wind was directly sent flying back. What? Such a tyrannical punch. Is this still true energy? High-level martial arts complete. It must be. Good boy. I didn't expect that not only did he improve the barbaric bull strength, but he also cultivated it to the complete level. No, even the complete level isn't so powerful. This is the transformative state. Transformative state of a high-level martial arts. How is this possible? A sharp-eyed expert finally discovered the source of the problem. First, it was the transformative state of a basic martial arts. Now, it was the transformative state of a high-level martial arts. How many secrets did this Ling Xiao have that hadn't been exposed? Just when they were surprised, Ling Feng's face was full of horror. His earth qi had been completely used up. At this moment, facing Ling Xiao's punch, he had no way to resist. He could only hurriedly wave his sword to block. Clang! His long sword was blasted away. Bang! Ah! Clean and neat. Ling Feng had no way out. His body flew out like a kite with a broken string. The blood in his mouth spilled out in a graceful parabola in the air. He flew for more than 10 meters before landing heavily on the ground. This scene shocked everyone, including the spectating disciples of the Genius Hall, including Ling Yihong. True Qi collided with Earth Qi. This was simply unheard of. They didn't know that Ling Xiao's body had been strengthened by the mountain and river martial spirit. It had reached a terrifying level. Even if a martial artist of the same level comprehended Earth Qi, it was meaningless. They couldn't break his defense. Huff! Withdrawing his fists, Ling Xiao calmed down his surging true qi. Although he wasn't injured, after all, it was the first time he faced an opponent with earth qi. The true qi in his body was still a bit chaotic. This is too overbearing. At the age of 13, he can create his own martial arts? Moreover, he won with true qi colliding with earth qi. Even Ling Fifan can't compare with such a genius. Many elders of the clan stood up, including the extremely powerful chief judge. He had already thought highly of Ling Xiao, but this battle still surprised him. It seems that there was a bit too much movement. Ling Xiao scratched his head. He didn't expect Ling Feng to be so weak. If his opponent was Ling Yihong or Ling Yixue, they probably wouldn't be able to win with just true qi. On this point, Ling Feng was still lacking a lot of experience. Ling Xiao wins. The chief judge personally announced the winner of this battle. Although they were shocked, there were still 2 more battles to be fought. The elimination round still had to continue. Feng! Ling Shi-san turned into an afterimage and rushed to his son. He hurriedly channeled his internal force to help his son heal. Feng, are you okay? Dad, I lost. I actually lost. How could I lose to that little beggar? Dad, you have to avenge me. Ling Feng, who was lying on the ground, didn't move. The backlash of earth qi made him suffer the consequences of his own actions. His meridians were almost completely severed. This couldn't be blamed on Ling Xiao. The earth qi was Ling Feng's own. It was Ling Feng's fault for not controlling it well. Ling Feng was quickly carried away by the medicine hall's people for treatment. He probably wouldn't be able to continue his battle with Ling Yihong, but it didn't matter. After all, he wouldn't be able to recover within a month. In other words, this year's grand competition had ended early for Ling Feng. He said those harsh words to Ling Xiao, but in the end he suffered the consequences of his own actions. Bastard! What grudge did you have with my son? How could you do this to him? You destroyed his meridians and severed his martial vein. Ling Shi-san watched his son being carried away by the medicine hall's people. Ling Shi-san exploded. He disregarded the rules and jumped onto the battle stage. He knew that there was a rule in the Ling clan that forbade him from killing a member of the Ling clan, but in his rage he couldn't care less. Chapter 51. 5th level martial vein. 2nd level earth energy. I'm no match for him. Ling Xiao frowned. If he did not break through, there was no way he could defeat Ling 13. However, escaping was not a problem. However, Ling Xiao did not run. He wanted to try. Maybe he could break through in the face of danger? True geniuses were all madmen. If they did not dare to take risks, how could they improve? Ling 13's aura was terrifying. His aura combined with his earth energy brought great pressure to Ling Xiao just by standing there. However, the greater the pressure, the stronger Ling Xiao's will to fight. The earth energy in his body was ready to move. 91%, 92%, 93%, 99%. Under the terrifying pressure, Ling Xiao's true qi continued to transform into earth energy. His third martial vein was already transformed to more than 99%. He was only a step away from breaking through to the fourth level martial vein. In other words, he could break through at any time. His accumulation was more than enough. Not running away was the right choice. Ling Xiao was exhilarated. If he had turned around and left, even Ling 13 might not be able to catch up with him with soaring cloud step. However, it was impossible for him to make such a huge improvement. Master 13, I only blocked Ling Feng's attack. He was injured because of his own earth energy. What does it have to do with me? Ling Xiao said indifferently as he continued to refine the true qi in his body. Bastard, you still dare to quibble at this point. Fine. Since you are a disciple of the Ling family, I can spare your life. However, I must cripple you. Ling 13 did not hesitate any longer. He slammed his palm towards Ling Xiao's chest. Enough! Ling Xiao was about to use his earth energy to fight back, but the head judge intervened in time. With just a simple block, Ling Shisan's attack was nullified, losing all its power. Elder, he acted so viciously and harmed my son. Are we just going to ignore it? Ling Shisan didn't have the slightest bit of courage in front of this head judge. No matter how angry he was, he could still tell who was stronger and who was weaker. As long as he dared to make a move, he would not be able to get away with it today. This is the Arena Plaza. It was the venue for the grand competition. This is not a place for you to mess around. The head judge said coldly. His meaning was very clear. Attacking Ling Xiao on the day of the grand competition was out of the question. However, outside of the grand competition, he wouldn't care. Ling 13 seemed to have understood the meaning behind the head judge's words. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, Kid, I will give face to the elders today, but I will avenge my son. With that, he turned around and soared into the sky. It should be said that compared to the cunning Ling Jiu, this Ling 13 was more straightforward and vicious. Ling Jiu still had to care about grandfather Ling's opinion, but Ling 13 did not care. He knew that he could never become the head of the Ling family. He did not have the qualifications. Therefore, when he said that he wanted to take revenge on Ling Xiao, it was definitely not a lie. Young man, you'd better take care of yourself. Everyone has to be responsible for their own actions. No one can help you. The head judge looked at Ling Xiao faintly. He did not side with anyone and was just speaking the truth. I understand. Of course. Ling Xiao knew what he was going to face. However, was he supposed to show mercy when dealing with Ling Feng? He could not do that. If he showed mercy because he was afraid of Ling Feng's father, it would obviously affect his martial will. It was definitely not worth it. He actually won. He was actually fearless in front of Ling Feng's father. What is going on? What is going on? Among the crowd, Ling Yu, who was originally rosy and excited, was now pale as a sheet. There was almost no blood in her face. She was expecting Ling Feng to defeat Ling Xiao, and then she could return the humiliation to Ling Xiao. However, in the end, she fell from the clouds into the abyss. She was in complete despair. Was this still the little beggar that she used to bully? Unknowingly, he had grown to such a level. It was impossible to say that she did not regret it. Now, Ling Yu was really regretting that she did not insist on staying by Ling Xiao's side. Ling Feng, that trash, was indeed useless. Her eyes were filled with hatred. She stared coldly at Ling Xiao, as if she was thinking about something. As Ling Feng was seriously injured, the battle between Ling Yihong and Ling Feng could not continue. Therefore, the most exciting moment had arrived. This is the last battle of the elimination round. Ling Yihang versus Ling Xiao. Currently, there were 2 disciples who had a winning streak. The former was the number 1 of the elite hall, and the latter was the biggest dark horse in this elimination round. This naturally attracted the attention of countless people. The 3rd ranked of the Genius Hall, Ling Shuang, had arrived. The 2nd ranked of the Genius Hall, Ling Yun, had also arrived. Only Ling Fifan had not appeared. Oh, this is a bit unexpected. I thought that Ling Yihang and Ling Yixue would compete for the number 1 position. I did not expect a dark horse to appear. Interesting. Ling Shuang was a girl like Ling Yixue. She looked normal, but her figure was excellent. This was probably the reason why she practiced martial arts. Her personality was not the same as Ling Yixue's. Although she was a girl, she was very fiery. As soon as she arrived at the spectator stand, she looked at Ling Yihang and Ling Xiao on the stage with a smile and said her thoughts. "Junior sister, who do you think will win?" Ling Yun asked lightly. "I can't tell." Ling Shuang shook her head. "Can't tell." The surrounding people were a little confused. According to their thoughts, the result was obvious. Ling Yihang had already learned to transform qi into gang, and was a martial artist at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein. At least Ling Xiao had not exposed his gang qi so far. In this case, it was obvious that Ling Yihang would win. "Yes, I can't tell. This Ling Xiao is very mysterious. I think he must have other trump cards. Although I did not see his previous battle, a woman's intuition has always been very accurate." Ling Shuang said with a smile, "Even if he has some trump cards, he can't be Ling Yihang's opponent. Can you guarantee that Ling Yihang doesn't have any trump cards?" Ling Yun said, "That's why I said I can't tell. These 2 people, including Ling Yixue, will be the disruptors of this finals. You guys have to be careful. Who knows? 3 people in the top 10 will be squeezed out." Ling Shuang giggled and did not say anything else, because the 2 people on the stage were already going all out. "Admit defeat. You're not my opponent." Ling Yihang placed his hands behind his back and looked at the sky. It was as if Ling Xiao was not worthy of his glance. The words from his mouth also proved his contempt and disdain for Ling Xiao. That might not be the case. Ling Xiao said lightly, "You can already advance to the finals. Why do you have to make a fool of yourself? My opponent is only the top 4 of the Genius Hall." Ling Yihang still had that arrogant look. "Maybe that's because you haven't met them yet." Ling Xiao said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "All right, since that's the case, if you can take 3 moves from me, I will admit defeat." Ling Yihang did not want to waste time. "Then you'll lose for sure." Ling Xiao also did not want to waste time. After all, the real battle would be in the finals. This was only an elimination round. Even if he got 1st place, he would only be 1st place in the elite hall. First move. Ling Yihang did not speak any more nonsense. He just threw out an ordinary punch. This punch was very simple. It could not even be considered a martial art. It was just a casual punch. However, this punch was condensed with gang qi. Chapter 52. Qi, qi, qi. Although it was just an ordinary punch, the sound of earth energy tearing through the air was still enough to make one's scalp tingle. "Break for me." Ling Xiao did not use his aura qi. He only used the demonic ox art. Barbaric ox demonization to the extreme. Instead of retreating, he moved forward and punched out with both fists. They were like the horns of a bull and like a terrifying hammer. In a very domineering manner, they directly collided with Ling Yihang's earth energy punch. Not retreating with 1 punch, then 2 punches, not retreating with 2 punches, then 3 punches. In any case, although Ling Yihang's ordinary punch was terrifying, The other Elite Hall disciples wouldn't be able to resolve it without using earth energy. But he could. The mountain river martial spirit gave him powerful strength and body. It also gave him true chi that was several times more powerful than martial artists of the same level. He could definitely face it head-on. In a moment, the sound of air exploding continuously rang out, causing dust and smoke to fly everywhere on the stage. The terrifying turbulence of true chi and gang chi even blew away a huge flag that weighed more than 200 kilograms. Ling Yihong's complexion slightly changed as he said, "You can actually block my earth energy punch with only true chi. You should be proud." "Well said," Ling Xiao said indifferently. "I admit that I underestimated you. But how are you going to block my next move? Heavenly Eagle Claw." This time, Ling Yihong used a martial art. Moreover, it was a high-level martial art, Heavenly Eagle Claw. He was indeed a little surprised that he couldn't take down Ling Xiao in one move. He also felt a little embarrassed. After all, his previous words were a little too arrogant. This move was different. His body soared into the air. As he flew, his right hand formed the shape of an eagle's claw and directly grabbed at Ling Xiao's head. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt that he wasn't facing a person, but a flying demon beast. The power of this claw was extraordinary. Ling Xiao didn't dare to take it head-on. After all, the opponent used a high-level martial art. Moreover, it was an earth energy attack. Once his back was grabbed, even if he wasn't injured, he would be restrained. Whoosh! Soaring cloud steps was instantly executed. Ling Xiao's body was like a flood dragon as he dashed forward, leaving behind only a faint afterimage. Ling Yihong's claw landed on the martial arts stage. Unexpectedly, the martial arts stage was unable to withstand the might of the astral chi, and several cracks appeared on it. The onlookers sucked in a breath of cold air. If it were to hit a person, wouldn't their bones be shattered? Ling Yihong raised his eyes and was just about to speak when he suddenly felt a red light flickering in front of his eyes. When he raised his eyes, what he saw was a red fist. High-level martial arts. No, this was even more powerful than high-grade martial arts. It was close to the power of a top-notch martial art. A ferocious punch. Almost instantly, he arrived in front of Ling Yihong. "I never said that I wouldn't attack." Along with Ling Xiao's voice, this punch was simply unavoidable. Ling Yihong's pupils abruptly shrank. He realized that he had underestimated Ling Xiao. The other party was so terrifying even without using his stellar energy. "Looks like I have to show my true abilities. Otherwise, I'll be embarrassed today." In fact, he had only used 50% of his power for the second move. Get lost. There had never been a disciple of the Elite Hall who could force him to this point. Not even Ling Yixue. He attacked with hatred and instantly increased his power to 70%. He was still unwilling to reveal his full strength. It was also a punch. Ling Yihong's punch was also incomparably domineering. Then, it directly slammed onto Ling Xiao's fist. "The one who should get lost is you." Boom! Without any suspense, Ling Yihong's body rapidly flew out. Blood spurted out of his mouth. He somersaulted several times in the air before his body finally landed on the ground with great difficulty. "You." Ling Yihong looked at Ling Xiao on the martial arts stage in shock. "You actually condensed astral chi, and you're so powerful." He had miscalculated. He had only used 70% of his power, but Ling Xiao's last punch had directly used 100% of his power. In this situation, Ling Yihong would naturally be defeated very miserably. "Thank you for letting me win." Ling Xiao actually didn't feel good this time. Although he had won, his astral chi was exhausted and his body was in great discomfort. To be honest, he had won against Ling Yihong, who had broken through to the 4th level of the martial vein. But a win was a win. "You lost," Ling Xiao said lightly. How could he have also comprehended astral chi to astral chi? And he is obviously much stronger than Ling Feng, second only to Ling Yihong. The chief judge stood up again in shock. The surprises that Ling Xiao had brought him were simply too many. First, he had reached the transcendent level in his fundamental martial arts. Then he had used the soaring cloud steps. Then he had used his true qi to break through the astral qi. And now he had condensed all 3 martial veins into a complete astral qi attack. Wasn't this too fierce? Ling Yihong was really unwilling to admit defeat. But after all, his temperament was much better than Ling Feng's. He took a deep breath and said, "I admit that I have lost, but I lost because I underestimated my opponent. This fight was not enjoyable. I hope we can have a good showdown in the finals." After he finished speaking, he turned around and left without any hesitation. Those who were familiar with him knew that he must have gone to cultivate. Losing this battle was a great humiliation to him. He would definitely make a comeback in the finals. Ling Yihong versus Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao wins. The chief judge, who had been excited for a long time, finally thought of announcing the result. Oh my God, Ling Xiao actually won. This is really unexpected. Ling Yihong, who has reached the 4th level of the martial vein, is actually not Ling Xiao's opponent. This Ling Xiao is really terrifying. Yeah, looks like this year's finals are going to be interesting. I don't know how far this dark horse can go. This is AF * King cross-level challenge. This is too awesome. I have only heard of it before, but I have never seen it before. The dark horse defeated the number 1 genius of the elite hall, the number 1 expert. Now, the number 1 of the elite hall is Ling Xiao, right? Yeah, too awesome. Although the elimination round was completely over, the scene was boiling like a volcanic eruption. Ling Xiao defeated Ling Yihong. This was something that many people thought was impossible, but he did it. Ling Yixue was also very excited. She stood there, unable to calm down for a long time. About half a month ago, Ling Xiao was only a martial artist at the 1st level of the martial vein. Now he had actually surpassed her. There was no need to fight at all. She knew that she was definitely not Ling Xiao's opponent. In terms of quantity and quality of earth qi, she was inferior to Ling Xiao. Ling Yi was so angry that she spat out a mouthful of blood. Why? Why could this little beggar become so strong? Number 1 of the elite hall. So what if Ling Xiao stopped in the finals? He had already succeeded in creating a miracle. This feeling made Ling Yu's heart uncomfortable, extremely uncomfortable. Ling Xiao! Ling Xiao! Below the stage, heaven-shaking shouts rang out. Ling Xiao, who had maintained a perfect record in the elimination round, had his popularity rising to a terrifying level. Ling Yihong, Ling Yixue, and Ling Feng were all overshadowed. After all, many people were happy to see a dark horse. After all, most people were ordinary people. They longed to see someone break through the shackles and break the rules. Therefore, without a doubt, Ling Xiao, who was bullied half a month ago, had now risen up and become their idol. The number 1 in the elite hall was absolutely deserved. Ling Xiao walked down the stage, and the people below automatically opened up a path for him. This was the worship and reverence for a hero. Ling Tieshou's eyes revealed anger and despair. His tightly clenched fists finally loosened. So what if he was angry? Ling Zhao's terrifying strength and promotion speed had already made him despair. Ling Chong was so scared that his entire body was trembling. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that Ling Xiao would be strong to such an extent that he could even defeat Ling Yihang. Ling Fei laughed bitterly and said to himself, "Fortunately, I didn't find trouble with him later. Otherwise, it would be terrible." Chapter 53. Congratulations, Ling Xiao. Ling Yixue was the first to congratulate Ling Xiao. Thank you." Ling Xiao smiled, although he wasn't good at expressing himself. His good impression of Ling Yixue was genuine. Soon, the referees announced the rankings of this elimination round. Without a doubt, Ling Xiao, who advanced with a perfect record, would definitely be number 1. Number 1, Ling Xiao number 2, Ling Yihang number 3, Ling Feng number 4, Ling Yishua number 5, Ling Tiesha number 6, Ling Cheng. Although Ling Feng couldn't participate in the competition due to his back being injured by Ling Xiao, he only lost 2 matches because he was at the end. But even so, it was meaningless. Ling Feng's injuries were too serious, and there was only a week of rest during the finals. Ling Feng definitely wouldn't have the chance to participate in the finals, unless he obtained some miraculous elixir. It was impossible to say that he wasn't happy about being number 1. But Ling Xiao wasn't too excited. He was very clear that this number 1 was insignificant. If he could obtain the number 1 position in the finals, that would be the key. But even so, compared to half a month ago, he only had the extravagant hope of obtaining the qualifications to participate in the annual competition. This improvement was too great. At that time, he didn't dare to think about being number 1 in the elite hall. Being able to enter the top 1,000 was an extravagant hope. Without a doubt, all of this originated from the awakening of the mountain and river martial spirit. The mountain and river martial spirit's current special abilities were analysis, rehearsal, and production. But he felt that this martial spirit wasn't that simple. Currently, the mountain and river martial spirit was only at level 3. If it were to level up again, would there be new abilities? There definitely would. Ling Xiao believed that he had only touched the edge of the mountain and river martial spirit's mysteriousness. He was still very far from being able to use it completely. When the rankings of the elimination round were announced, the Genius Hall's disciples couldn't help but discuss. Didn't they say that this batch of Elite Hall's disciples were very powerful? But from what I see, other than Ling Yihang and that Ling Xiao, the rest aren't worth mentioning. Ling Zhan said with disdain. Ling Zhan, don't underestimate that Ling Yishue. She still has some tricks up her sleeves. Don't fail miserably. Ling Shuang giggled. I've only just touched the edge of Gangqi. There's nothing to worry about. Ling Yin snorted with disdain in his eyes. I thought Ling Yihang was going to challenge Ling Fifan, but he lost to Ling Xiao. Trash. No matter what, that Ling Xiao is doomed. Ling Zhan suddenly grinned. Why do you say that? Ling Shuang asked. Have you forgotten? Ling Yin is Ling Feng's younger brother. Ling Zhan looked at Ling Yin and said with a smile, Feng Yin, no wonder. I was wondering why your name was so compatible with that Ling Feng. Ling Shuang exclaimed. Ling Xiao, although that trash of a brother of mine isn't very good. He isn't someone that he can casually hurt. I'll take care of him in the finals. And maybe I won't even need to do anything. With his current strength, he can't win against anyone in the top 10. Ling Yin said with a faint smile. He didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. I'm only thinking about how to defeat Ling Fifan. While speaking, Ling Yin looked at Ling Xiao with murderous intent in his eyes. The mountain river martial spirit was very sensitive to murderous intent. Ling Xiao suddenly looked back. In the stands, a group of Genius Hall disciples looked at him with a smile. There was banter. There was schadenfreude. There was pity. There was disdain. Ling Xiao, you have to be careful. That Ling Yin is Ling Feng's younger brother. He's ranked 2nd in Genius Hall. His strength is only 2nd to Ling Fifan. Ling Yishue said with a frown. He's Ling Yin. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Yin and could clearly feel the huge pressure from him. Peak of the 4th level of martial vein. The mountain river martial spirit didn't analyze much information about Ling Yin, but it clearly analyzed his strength. Ling Yin's figure was thin. He shouldn't be a strength-type martial artist. He was good at using the sword and walked the path of the fast sword. Oh, he's not afraid of my sword intent. Ling Xiao was analyzing Ling Yin, and Ling Yin was also looking at Ling Xiao. Ling Yin was quite surprised that Ling Xiao was not afraid of his sword intent. One had to know that sword intent was extremely difficult to comprehend. In the entire Ling family, Ling Yin was the only one who had comprehended it. But Ling Xiao was not afraid, which made him a little annoyed. Ling Xiao, don't think that Ling Yin is only at the peak of the 4th level of martial vein. He can easily defeat an ordinary expert at the 5th level of martial vein with his sword intent. Not only can you challenge those above your level, he can too. Ling Yixue was worried that Ling Xiao didn't know the depth and would provoke Ling Yin. So she quickly lowered her voice and said, "Sword intent? That's interesting." Ling Xiao certainly knew what sword intent was. It was something illusory like the martial spirit. Awakening it depended on luck. Most people couldn't awaken it in their lifetime, while some people comprehended it early. Let's go, everyone. There's nothing to see. After a week of rest, the finals will be. That's the main dish. Ling Yin withdrew his gaze and also withdrew his sword intent. Although he was a little surprised that Ling Xiao could resist his sword intent, he didn't care too much. Some people were born with strong willpower. It was normal for them to not be afraid of sword intent. Even if he didn't rely on sword intent, he could still easily defeat Ling Xiao. So there was no need to care. Ling Xiao also withdrew his gaze. It seemed that increasing his strength was imminent. The top 10 of the Genius Hall were all at the 4th level of martial vein, especially the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. They were all at the peak of the 4th level of martial vein. And that Ling Fifan, because he had never seen him, he didn't know how strong he was. But he definitely wouldn't be weaker than the next few. It was almost impossible for Ling Xiao to defeat these people with his current strength. He must break through. The reason why geniuses were geniuses was not only because of their strength. These people definitely had their own specialties. Underestimating them would definitely not end well. "Senior Yixue, I'll take my leave first." Ling Xiao had an idea in his heart and didn't want to waste time. With his current strength, it shouldn't be a problem to kill into the top 10 of the Genius Hall. He had absolute confidence in this. But to defeat the top 4, the difficulty was higher. If he wanted to enter the top 3 with the current situation, it was definitely impossible. Not to mention the first place. He had heard people say that Ling Fifan fought Ling Yun, Ling Shuang, and Ling Zhan alone without falling into a disadvantage. This was last year. He didn't know how strong that guy was this year. He didn't think that Ling Fifan, who is known as the #1 genius of the Ling family, would stop and wait for others to catch up. 7 days later was the day of the finals. Ling Xiao wouldn't force himself to defeat Ling Fifan. That would be biting off more than he could chew. His goal now was to fight for the top 3. His goal was to be first and maintain the top 3. There was no doubt about it. He was very clear what it meant to get the top 3. In fact, he still had too few offensive and defensive methods. There weren't many methods to increase his cultivation. So top martial arts were a must. Chapter 54. A top-notch martial art was a top-notch martial art. It was a top-notch martial art among ordinary martial arts. Below transcendent martial arts, there was no other martial art that could compare to it. If Ling Xiao wanted to progress faster and become stronger, it was impossible without a top-notch martial art. He now discovered that Ox Demon art was not an internal strength cultivation method, nor was it a martial art. It was more of an auxiliary type of martial art. It could increase the power of other martial arts and even increase their level. If he wanted Ox Demon art to continue evolving and obtain more attacking methods, the best method was naturally to learn higher level martial arts and then use Ox Demon art to devour them. For example, his foundational martial art, Barbaric Bull Strength, could now display the power of a high-level martial art. And the high-level martial art, Meteor Fist, after being devoured, was twice as powerful as a normal high-level martial art. Although it still couldn't reach the level of a top-notch martial art, it was already quite powerful. If he devoured a top-notch martial art, what kind of chemical reaction would it produce? Would Ox Demon art continue evolving? Ling Xiao was looking forward to it. Therefore, fighting for 1 to 3 was his current goal. Thinking like this, Ling Xiao walked back home. Just as he reached the door, he suddenly heard a bustling noise inside. He was startled. When he entered the house, he discovered that his grandfather, Hong Qi, was surrounded by a group of people congratulating him. "Old Mr. Hong, your grandson is amazing." "Yeah, he's #1 in the elite hall, and he's even cultivated Aura Qi. With this kind of aptitude, I'm afraid he'll be heavily nurtured by the family in the future. I don't think it's just that. Maybe Ling Xiao can even get a ranking in the finals. He'll amaze the world with a single brilliant feat." Ling Xiao basically didn't recognize these people because the shabby house he and his grandfather usually lived in never had any guests. But he didn't have anything to dislike. This was the reality. When you were weak, others ignored you and even wantonly humiliated you. But when you were strong, others could only curry favor with you. It seemed that he didn't choose the wrong path. Becoming strong was the only way to gain the respect of others. Ling Xiao wasn't someone who rejected people 1,000 miles away. Although he didn't like this kind of occasion, he still accompanied his grandfather to send these people off one by one. In the living room, all kinds of presents were put on display. Some were even very precious. "I didn't expect you to be able to raise your cultivation to such a level in just half a month." Grandpa almost thought that I was hallucinating. Han Qi had already overestimated Ling Xiao. However, he did not expect that Ling Xiao would improve so much. To reach the peak of the 3rd level from the 1st level of the martial vein, and to possess the earth energy of almost 3 martial veins, this kind of progress was monstrous. "Grandpa, I will become stronger in the future. You will never be bullied again." Ling Xiao clenched his fists. Although his improvement was fast, his strength was still not enough. If he were to encounter a 5th-level martial vein expert like Ling 13, he would still be defeated. Therefore, he had to continue working hard. It's good to work hard, but don't tire yourself out too much. Among the gifts they sent today, there are a lot of clothes and food. I want to send some to the brothers of the beggar clan. Do you agree? Hong Qi's life had improved, but he did not forget the people who begged with him on the streets. "Of course I agree. Without their protection, I would have been beaten a lot. Why don't we go together?" Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said he had not seen those brothers for a long time. It would be good to go and see them. "Don't worry. The finals are about to begin. You should focus on improving your strength. After the finals, Grandpa will take you to see them." Hong Qi shook his head and said. Ling Xiao thought about it and agreed. After a few days of fighting, he had gained a lot. He needed to organize and comprehend it. He really could not afford to waste time. "Well then, hire a carriage tomorrow." Ling Xiao gave Hong Qi 100 taels of silver. Although there were no other rewards in the knockout stage, the top 1,000 in the DSLR would all be rewarded with different amounts of silver. Ling Xiao won first place, so his reward was naturally more, reaching 10,000 taels of silver. This money was enough for his family to use for a long time. After giving the silver, Ling Xiao locked himself in the practice room. He then closed his eyes and began to recall the fighting and watching scenes of the past few days. At this time, the mountain river diagram displayed all the scenes. It was as if the competition of the past few days had been completely replayed. Of course, he watched the most important scenes several times in a row. For example, the battles with Ling Yihang and Ling Yixue. He watched almost every battle carefully several times. There was no doubt that these two people had more fighting skills than him and were more flexible than him. He wanted to apply what he had learned. He was seriously lacking in fighting experience, so absorbing other people's fighting experience and then improving his own fighting skills was very useful. Suddenly he opened his eyes. Then he swallowed another Gangqi pill. He did not sit there to break through. Instead, he stretched out his hands and began to practice his martial arts. From bull strength to falling star fist to 100 steps flying sword technique and then soaring cloud steps. During this process, he did not suppress the release of his Gangqi. All the martial arts used Gangqi. He could feel that he was immersed in a very strange atmosphere. He was obviously practicing alone, but it seemed that there was an opponent on the opposite side who was exchanging blows with him. Several figures were constantly practicing in his mountain river diagram. Sometimes it was Ling Yixue, sometimes it was Ling Yihong, sometimes it was Ling 13, and sometimes it was Ling Jiu. The opponents were getting stronger and stronger, and the pressure he faced was also getting greater and greater. Ha! Dash! Suddenly he roared. The sound was like a thunderclap. His fists blasted out with absolute power. The scene in the mountain river diagram disappeared, and Ling Xiao also stopped attacking and sat cross-legged on the ground. Break for me. The last shackle was broken under the control of his terrifying willpower. The originally sluggish Gang Qi suddenly became flexible and free. The genuine Qi in his body had completely turned into Gang Qi. He had broken through to the 4th level of the martial vein. The current Gang Qi had also reached 20% of the 4th martial vein. Although the amount of Gang Qi had not increased much from before, it was definitely a qualitative leap from the peak of the 3rd martial vein to the 4th martial vein. Because there were no impurities in the genuine Qi in his body, it had completely turned into Gang Qi. Even the Qi recovery technique was now recovering Gang Qi. As long as he did not consume too much Gang Qi would slowly recover. At the same time, the opening of the 4th martial vein had further improved his body. His strength had already reached 500 jin. Although there was only one level between the 3rd martial vein and the 4th martial vein, the difference was actually like heaven and earth. Those below the 3rd martial vein were called martial students. They cultivated genuine Qi and were known as the awakening stage. And those above the 4th martial vein were martial disciples. They cultivated Gang Qi and were known as the Gang Qi stage. The situation was completely different. It could be said that this was a qualitative change, a huge change like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Possessing Gang Qi was once Ling Xiao's lifelong goal, an extravagant hope. Because a martial artist whose entire body had turned into Gang Qi would be treated very well in any faction in Northern Han. After all, in Northern Han, countless people were stuck at the peak of the 3rd martial vein, unable to break through. Chapter 55. Ling Xiao sighed with emotion. His lifelong goal had actually been achieved in half a month. This made him feel like he was dreaming. It seemed that actual combat was necessary to improve one's strength. Previously, he had used an aura Qi pill and was stuck at 99%. But after a day of fighting with an expert, he broke through so easily. Less than 2 hours had passed. No, it should be said that Ling Feng's father, Ling 13, had played a key role. If it wasn't for Ling 13's terrifying aura, he wouldn't have been able to unleash all his potential under such a great crisis. It was also because of Ling 13's pressure and threat that Ling Xiao felt a strong sense of urgency to improve his strength. With the addition of other factors, success came naturally. In fact, he had to thank Ling 13 properly. Now that he had broken through to the 4th level of the martial vein, coupled with the Demon Ox art, Meteor Fist, and Soaring Cloud Step, Flood Dragon transformation. Even Ling 13, who was in the 5th level of the martial vein, would have a hard time killing him. He now had the ability to save his life, but the template had to be updated. Previously, it was a martial artist in the 3rd level of the martial vein without aura Qi, but he had already exposed his strength in the tournament. If he continued to use the template, it would be too fake. So he changed the template. The current template was at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein, with aura Qi at least 90% of the 3rd martial vein. This strength actually had another title, Peak Martial Artist. In other words, he should be close to the strongest in the martial artist title. Generally, a martial artist at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein, with aura Qi at least 90% of the 3rd martial vein, would be able to obtain this honor. After breaking through to the 4th level of the martial vein, Ling Xiao didn't stop cultivating. Breaking through was one thing. However, stability was another matter altogether. Not to mention, there were still many things to do to improve his combat strength. All kinds of martial arts, no matter how many levels, could be divided into 5 stages. The first stage was called small success, which meant that one could use 30% of the martial arts power. The second stage was called proficiency, which meant that one could use 60% of the martial arts power. The third stage was called great success, which could use 90% of the martial arts power. The fourth stage was called perfection, also known as great perfection. One could perfectly unleash the power of martial arts. The fifth stage was the perfection stage, also known as the perfection stage. At this stage, the martial arts had no flaws and were flawless. Its power could even be increased by 2 to 5 times, which was very terrifying. Ling Xiao had only mastered the basic martial art, Raging Bull Force, to the transformative level. The rest of his martial arts were only at the advanced mastery level. He was still far from the consummation level, let alone the transformative level. He planned to first raise his demonic ox art to the level of perfection. This way, at the very least, the power of this move would increase by several times, and his battle prowess would naturally be even more astonishing. However, as long as you worked hard, you could reach the martial arts realm from the small completion to the perfection stage. Only the martial arts realm was mysterious and had a lot to do with a person's perception. In order to reach the transcendent state, in addition to hard work, one also had to rely on luck and comprehension. Of course, this was not a problem for Ling Xiao. With the mountain and river martial spirit, no matter how bad his comprehension was, he could perfectly reach the transcendent stage by relying on his analysis and practice ability. All he needed was time. This night he repeatedly practiced the demonic ox art, concentrating on raising the level of the demon ox art. After all, this was his strongest attack at the moment. Although the demonic ox art was quite powerful, it was not suitable for a long battle. It was better used for sneak attacks or as a trump card. At dawn, Ling Xiao slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. Although the demonic ox art had not reached the transcendent stage, it had already reached the consummation level from the advanced mastery level. Its power had also increased by a large margin. This was enough. After thinking about it, he simply spent another 4 hours to raise the demonic ox art to the consummation level. The consummation level was relatively easy to raise. After all, the figures in the mountain and river diagram were constantly practicing, so it was very easy to learn. This move was his trump card, so there was no harm in making it a little stronger. Taking a deep breath, he rubbed his head. He was a little tired. It seemed that he needed to rest for a while. But before resting, he wanted to see what kind of special changes the mountain and river martial spirit had undergone after reaching the 4th level of the martial vein. Analysis, practice, production, and creation, plus a realm template. This was the original ability. After the realm was raised, there was an additional ability, martial will. Ling Xiao had previously thought that analysis and practice were 2 different kinds of abilities. In the end, he found that he was wrong. This was an ability in itself. Without analysis, there was no way to practice. After analysis, it would be useless if he did not practice. Production and creation were also a kind of ability. It was just that the level of this ability was still low, so creation was not possible. For the time being, it was only production. As for the realm template, it could only be used to change the surface of his strength so that others could not see his true strength. But in the future, when the level was raised, the effect was unknown. The last new ability made Ling Xiao even more surprised. He had heard of martial will. It was a kind of unclear concept. Swordsmen had sword intent, and sabresmen had saber intent. As for the other martial artists, they all had different martial wills. According to the explanation of the mountain and river diagram, martial will was actually the initial version of the martial spirit. When the martial will could be condensed and formed, it would become the martial spirit. However, In the past 10,000 years, although there were people who had raised their martial will to the perfection realm, there were very few who had finally condensed the martial spirit. Martial will was the same as martial arts. It had 5 stages: small success, expert; large success, perfection, and perfection realm. In Ling Xiao's opinion, his current strength was not enough to control the mountain and river martial spirit to fight. That was why the ability of martial will appeared. The mountain and river martial spirit was probably to let him adapt to the battle of martial will. Then, when the martial will reached the perfection realm, he could directly use the mountain and river martial spirit to fight. Originally, he had planned to rest, but seeing this new martial will, Ling Xiao did not want to sleep. Generally speaking, there were 2 greatest benefits of martial will in battle. One was the suppression of the will, making the opponent timid. The other was the blessing of martial arts. The stronger the martial will, the greater the blessing. Ling Xiao's martial will had an advantage. It was not a fixed type of will, because it was extracted from the mountain and river martial spirit, and the mountain and river martial spirit was all-encompassing. This martial will was naturally all-encompassing as well. When he used a sword, it was sword intent. When he used a saber, it was saber intent. When he used a spear, it was spear intent. It could be exchanged almost seamlessly without the slightest impact. These were all the information he had obtained from the mountain and river martial spirit. It was definitely not false. Currently, because he had not obtained a top-grade martial art, Ling Xiao was not sure what weapon he would use in the future. Generally speaking, although a martial artist could learn many kinds of martial arts, it was best to specialize in one. However, this matter should wait until he obtained a top-grade martial art. Otherwise, even if he decided now, there was not much meaning. Chapter 56. Ling Xiao, who had obtained the martial will, did not immediately go to rest. Instead, he sat cross-legged in the training room. He wanted to properly feel what this martial will was, how to use it in martial arts. After all, what was a very illusory thing, there was still a huge difference between having it and truly grasping it. After another 4 hours, Ling Xiao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His face revealed a hint of excitement. Previously, he had planned to use the Ox Demon art as his trump card. Now, it seemed that martial will was his greatest trump card. However, this was also good. The more trump cards he had, the higher the possibility of getting first place in the finals. But this was not enough. Based on the current situation, Ling Xiao felt that his attacks were enough for the time being. There was not much of a problem with his movement technique, but there was a huge flaw. That was defense. The body was a very mysterious thing. The stronger the tempering, the higher the defense. What he lacked now was a defensive martial art. Although barbaric bull strength could be used for defense, it was not a defensive martial art. It was fine against a weak opponent, but against a strong opponent, it was not of much use. Thinking of this, he stood up and walked out of the training room. Some things could not be forced. He still planned to rest for a while. Now, because he had continued to cultivate, his mind was a little dizzy. Returning to his room, Ling Xiao rested for about 2 hours before getting up. After all, martial artists were martial artists, especially those who had broken through to the 4th level of the martial vein realm. Their resting time could be greatly reduced, and their recovery speed was much faster than ordinary people. "Little fellow, there's someone outside looking for you." Han Qi's voice came from outside the door. "Coming, grandfather." Ling Xiao got up and washed his face. Then he walked out of the room and saw a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes sitting in the hall. The middle-aged man was about 40 years old. He had a square face, a dignified appearance, and a domineering aura. "Second master." Ling Xiao was shocked. This person was Ling Xiaoyan's second son. His martial arts cultivation was close to grandfather Ling's. He could be considered the strongest among the 16 sons of the Ling family. Even the mountain river martial spirit was temporarily unable to pry into the strength of second Master Ling. "Ha ha! So you're Ling Xiao. Not bad, not bad. Second Master Ling looked at Ling Xiao as though he wanted to see through this young man. To be honest, Ling Xiao was a little nervous facing his gaze, but fortunately the other party was still unable to see through the hidden function of the strength model. Peak of the third level of the martial vein. His astral energy has been refined to more than 99%. It seems that he is only a step away from breaking through to the fourth level of the martial vein. Thank you for your praise, Second Master. May I know why Second Master is here today? Ling Xiao asked respectfully. He didn't want to cause any trouble. If he offended Ling 13, he might still have a chance to live, but if he offended this Second Master Ling, he would definitely die. I think highly of you. Second Master Ling went straight to the point and said, reaching your level at the age of 13, you're even better than Ling Fifan. So I want you to be my man. What do you mean? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. It's very simple. My grandfather has 16 sons, and all of them want to compete for the position of the patriarch. I don't expect you to do anything. Just support me at critical times, Second Master Ling said with a smile. Second Master, you must be joking. I am only at the peak of the third level of the martial vein. What can I do to help you? Ling Xiao asked cautiously. I will not misjudge you, although you are only at the peak of the third level of the martial vein. I also know that you only took half a month to go from the first level to the third level of the martial vein. Your potential is terrifying. I have never heard of it before, so I believe that your future is bright. Second Master Ling said seriously, you will not lose out if you work with me. Whether it is Ling Jiu or Ling 13, they will have to ask for my permission if they want to touch you. Ling Xiao thought about it carefully. Although he had obtained the Mountain River martial soul and had terrifying potential, he was still not strong enough. If Ling Jiu and Ling 13 really disregarded the family rules and wanted to kill him, he could run. But his grandfather, Hong Qi, would be in trouble. There was nothing wrong with being protected by Second Master Ling. Anyway, in the Ling family, sooner or later, he would have to choose a side. This kind of internal strife was very serious. Well, since Second Master Ling thinks so highly of me, I will agree. Ling Xiao nodded. Good, good. Second Master Ling slammed the table and said, in that case, I am relieved. In addition to providing you with protection, you can also get 1,000 taels of silver from me every month. The rest of the elixirs and martial arts will be calculated separately. Also, I know that you're building a house. I've already asked them to stop. How can that place be worthy of you? Later, you and your grandfather can move into the house that I've provided for you. Not only is the environment better, but it's also more suitable for cultivation. Hearing this, Ling Xiao could not help but be a little surprised. This Second Master Ling was really intending to groom him well, although 1,000 taels of silver and a house was nothing to someone like Second Master Ling. But this was still a show of sincerity. One must know that previously he did not have the qualifications to receive a tael of silver from the Ling family, much less a house. I am indebted to Second Master Ling for training me. If there is a day when Second Master Ling needs me, Ling Xiao will definitely help you. He would not sell himself to Second Master Ling, but if Second Master Ling was in trouble, he would naturally help. Good. Since this is the case, let's not delay any longer. The few of you, why aren't you helping Ling Xiao move? Second Master Ling said to the few people outside the house. He really did what he said he would do. Ling Xiao did not object. Very quickly, he followed Second Master Ling into the new house. This house was much bigger than the one they rented previously. The facilities were more complete. Not only that, there were 2 servants and 2 maids who were in charge of the daily necessities. As for the daily necessities and furniture, it was fully equipped. In this way, Ling Xiao did not have to worry about Hong Qi's daily life. The old man could totally enjoy his old age. As for safety, it was not a problem. Unless Second Master Ling was killed, No one would dare to enter this house. With no problems in his daily life, Ling Xiao did not have to worry about anything. He could now focus on improving his strength. All of this seemed to be because of second Master Ling's training, but it was actually because of his strength. It was because of his great potential that second Master Ling valued him. In fact, even if second Master Ling did not exist, others might come looking for him. Being in such a family, it was the most foolish decision to stay out of trouble. Ling Xiao naturally had his own considerations when he agreed to second Master Ling's request. At the very least, second Master Ling's strength was at the top of Ling Xiaoqian's 16 sons. He was also more forthright and had the style of Ling Xiaotian. He was not as narrow-minded as Ling 13 and Ling Jiu. Now that his cultivation level had stabilized, what he needed to do was to train demon ox art, meteor fists to the perfection of manifestation. Every time his strength increased, he would have a higher chance of winning the finals. Another day passed. There were still 6 days until the finals. Through continuous hard work, Ling Xiao had finally reached the level of perfection in the demonic ox art, meteor fists. Chapter 57. Whoosh! Ling Xiao flew out of the practice room and into the courtyard. After all, there were no opponents in the practice room. He wanted to see what level the demonic ox art meteor fist had reached. Boom! With just a casual punch, a decorative stone in the courtyard was shattered. This power was comparable to the full force attack of the level 4 beast he met in the Dragon Submission mountain range. Not bad. My attack is much stronger than the average martial artist of the 4th level of the martial vein. If I incorporate martial will, the power will increase again. This way, my chances of getting into the top 3 of the finals will be greater. The power of this punch made Ling Xiao very happy. The attack power of a high-level martial art that had reached the martial vein of the martial vein would not be weaker than the worst martial art. Hong Qi looked at Ling Xiao in the courtyard with a satisfied smile on his face. He suddenly pulled out a book from his sleeve. Although it was a bit tattered, it was still relatively complete. Looks like it's time to give this to the little guy. I thought he would never use it in his life. I didn't expect his strength to increase so quickly. He was about to call Ling Xiao when suddenly there was a commotion outside. Ling Fei rushed in and shouted, "Ling Xiao, something happened. A little beggar is looking for you." When Ling Xiao heard the word little beggar, he thought of his playmate who begged for food with him in the past. He hurriedly rushed out. Outside was a little beggar younger than Ling Xiao. He was only 6 or 7 years old, but his body was covered in blood. "Brother Ling Xiao, Grandpa Hong, quickly go and save everyone. If you don't go, they will all die." Ling Xiao did not ask any questions. He asked Hong Qi to take care of the little beggar and then flew into the air. He had no intention of hiding his Qinggong. Soaring cloud step, flood dragon transformation was fully displayed. It was ridiculously fast. Ling Fei looked at the figure that was like a flash of lightning and muttered to himself. Compared to him in Qinggong, I am simply a frog at the bottom of a well. It didn't take long for Ling Xiao to arrive at the gathering place of the Beggars' Gang in Tianfeng City. It was a dilapidated temple outside the city. Although it was called the Beggars' Gang, it was actually just a group of poor beggars who gathered together to beg for more food and help each other. When he arrived at the ruined temple, the ground was covered in blood and corpses were strewn across the ground. Dog, wake up. Radish head, didn't you say that you want to be my wife when you grow up? Uncle Six Fingers, you can't die. I said that I'll let you live a good life after I become rich. Uncle Luogua, Grandpa Blind, a stone block. You are. Who is it? Who did it? More than 20 people, except for the little guy who ran to report. None of them survived. They were all cruelly killed. Why? Ling Xiao's eyes were bloodshot. He had never wanted to kill someone as much as he did now. That was Ling Xiao noticed some footprints, then stepped on the ground and sped up. At this moment, on a road that led to Tianfeng City, a few people were chatting and laughing as they walked. There were bloodstains on their bodies. One of them was Li Xingyun, whom Ling Xiao had met in the Dragon Submission mountain range. Senior brother Xingyun, congratulations on your hurricane sword mastery. You killed more than 20 people with one strike. Beautiful. It's just more than 20 beggars. It's nothing. Li Xingyun smiled with a smug look on his face. Senior brother Xingyun, not only have you reached the hurricane sword mastery, but your strength has also broken through to the 4th level of the martial vein. If you meet that guy called Ling Xiao again, you must take his life. Of course. I haven't forgotten about that day in the Dragon Submission mountain range. Li Xingyun's strength had increased greatly, so he naturally thought of revenge. Back then, he didn't dare to do it himself because he wasn't confident that he could beat Ling Xiao. But it was different now. The Ling family had their annual competition, and so did the Li family. In the Li family's annual competition, not only did he win the elimination round with a perfect record, but he also didn't use his full strength from the beginning to the end. When he went to the Dragon Submission mountain range to hunt for beasts, he even killed the level 4 beast that had forced him into a sorry state. So he was bursting with confidence now. On the way back, he met a little beggar begging for food. His killing intent rose because there was a move in his hurricane sword mastery called Chainsword. This move could attack multiple targets. Just on a whim, he killed more than 20 beggars with one strike. Of course, he didn't know that there was a little beggar playing in the bushes nearby. After killing people, not only did he not have the slightest bit of regret, but he was also extremely proud and excited about his hurricane sword mastery. You guys killed those beggars? Suddenly, a figure landed in the middle of the road. A cold voice that seemed to come from hell came out from this person's mouth. Ling Xiao. Li Xingyun would never forget this face. Ever since the incident in the Dragon Submission mountain range, he had been pasting Ling Xiao's portrait in his room to encourage himself. That's right. I killed them. Could it be that those beggars are related to you? He smiled faintly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Today was a narrow road for enemies. Moreover, they were in the wilderness. It was a good place to kill and rob. Ling Xiao also recognized Li Xingyun. He suddenly thought of the black scarf bandits he met on the way back. Could it be that they were sent by this guy too? No matter what, since Li Xingyun killed his family, he must die. Today, all of you must die. Having received a definite answer, Ling Xiao didn't hesitate anymore. He could see that Li Xingyun had broken through to the 4th level of the martial vein, but so what? If he attacked with all his strength, Li Xingyun wouldn't last more than 3 moves. As for the others, 1 move was enough. Ha 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 ha. Did you hear that? That guy said he's going to kill us. That's the funniest joke I've ever heard in the world. A mere pinnacle martial arts student dares to be so arrogant. What a joke. Senior brother Xingyun, he doesn't take you seriously. The group of Li family disciples was stunned for a moment before laughing out loud. They completely treated Ling Xiao's words as a joke. However, their discussion suddenly came to an abrupt end. Because Ling Xiao moved, it was only for a moment. Ling Xiao waved his hand and a sword light shot out. Those Li family disciples who were laughing at Ling Xiao were still enjoying the pleasure of mocking others when they suddenly felt a pain in their necks. Then, their faces were filled with horror. Then, one by one, they all fell to the ground, their lives cut off. You actually dared to kill them. Do you really want to start a war between the Li family and the Ling family? Li Xingyun didn't expect Ling Xiao's sword to be so fast. In just an instant, he didn't even have time to block, and the people behind him were all dead. There were more than a dozen Li family disciples at the 3rd level of the martial vein. The strongest one was even at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein and was about to break through to the 4th level of the martial vein. They were actually killed so easily. If I kill you, no one will know what happened today. Chapter 58. Ha ha ha, kill me? Li Xingyun seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. A martial artist at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein actually said that he wanted to kill him, a martial artist at the 4th level of the martial vein? Did he hear wrongly? Before I kill you, I just want to ask you one question. Why did you kill those poor beggars? Ling Xiao really couldn't understand. Those people from the beggar sect didn't know martial arts at all. They were just ordinary beggars. How did they get killed? Oh, I just happened to have a breakthrough in my swordsmanship, so I wanted to practice my moves. Li Xingyun said nonchalantly. What? Ling Xiao was stunned. He actually killed more than 20 people just to practice his moves? That's a human life, you know. There was a chill in his eyes. Li Xingyun must die. All right, if you want to seek justice for those beggars, then come. But you killed so many of our Li family's disciples. I will not let you live. As Li Xingyun spoke, he suddenly drew his sword. There was nothing fancy. This sword was surprisingly fast. Ling Xiao recognized this sword. It was one of the moves of the Gale swordsmanship that Li Xingyun used to deal with the 4th level demon beast. His opponent was not weak. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. He channeled his true qi, and his body turned into the shadow of a flood dragon. Soaring cloud step. Flood dragon transformation had been used, and he easily dodged this sword. He didn't use Gang Qi. It wasn't easy to kill Li Xingyun. Gang Qi could be used as a trump card. He believed that Li Xingyun would definitely not be able to block his sudden attack. What he wanted was to kill Li Xingyun in one blow. He couldn't let Li Xingyun escape, so it was necessary to condense his powerful attack into one point. He just had to look for an opportunity. Li Xingyun was stunned. He was most afraid of Ling Xiao's movement technique. He didn't expect Ling Xiao's movement technique to be even better than when he was in the Dragon Submission mountain range. Your movement technique has improved a lot, but it's useless. The strength of the 4th level of the martial vein is not something you can understand. Chain sword. The two of them staggered. Li Xingyun suddenly turned around and swung his sword. However, this sword strike was clearly different from the previous one. Not only was it more condensed, but it had also unleashed 3 bursts of sword qi. The sword qi soared into the air, and the surrounding branches were all cut down, causing a fierce wind to blow. Demon Ox Art, Falling Star Fists. Ling Xiao immediately used his strongest offensive skill. Bull Force could be used in sparring, but Meteor Fists were more suitable for killing people. Boom! With just one punch, the 3 streams of sword qi were all shattered, turning into specks of light that scattered in all directions, piercing through the nearby rocks. Stellar energy. Li Xingyun frowned slightly. So you've also condensed earth energy. No wonder you're so arrogant. But it's useless. 3rd level martial vein is just 3rd level martial vein. Even if you have earth energy, you are still no match for me. Although he was surprised that Ling Xiao had shattered his 3 sword qis with a single punch, he was even more surprised that Ling Xiao had condensed Gang Qi. However, he was not afraid. The difference in cultivation level was the source of his confidence. Go to hell. Ling Xiao's attack was not over yet. Soaring cloud steps. Flood dragon transformation was not a movement skill that was specially used for escaping. It was more suitable for fighting. The 9th move of Falling Star Fists. Falling Star! Ling Xiao's speed was too fast. In an instant, he was in front of Li Xingyun. Li Xingyun knew that he could not dodge, so he could only block with his sword. You're nothing to worry about. He did not intend to use his full strength because he planned to attack after blocking this punch and kill Ling Xiao in one fell swoop. Raging Wind Strike. Li Xingyun used the strongest move of Hurricane Sword, but he only used 70% of his strength. In an instant, the sword flashed and the piercing sound frightened the surrounding animals. The sword qi rushed out from the sword like a gust of wind and flew towards Ling Xiao. This sword could not be said to be weak. It could definitely kill a 4th-level demonic beast with one strike. One had to know that a low-level 4th-level demonic beast was equivalent to a low-level 4th-level martial vein martial artist. Li Xingyun was indeed a genius. His strength was much stronger than other martial artists of the same cultivation level. After thrusting his sword, Li Xingyun's eyes were filled with excitement and viciousness. He could finally avenge the humiliation he suffered at the Dragon Submission mountain range. However, after a while, his pupils constricted. There was a look of horror on his face. Ling Zhao's punch was much stronger than he had imagined. It was such a terrifying punch that even before the fist and the sword came into contact, the scorching hot gang qi had almost burned Li Xingyun to ashes. No. Li Xingyun regretted it. He regretted not using his full power. However, it was too late. The punch had shattered the so-called sword qi of the gale with a devastating force. Then, it shattered the long sword in Li Xingyun's hand. In the end, both fists landed on Li Xingyun's body. Buzz! There was a loud explosion. Li Xingyun's body did not fly out. Instead, it was penetrated by this punch. Then, it hung on Ling Zhao's arms like a lamb skewer. You! Li Xingyun looked at Ling Zhao in horror. Finally, his body stopped struggling, and there was no sign of life left. Ling Zhao swung his arms, and Li Xingyun's body fell to the ground. He glanced at it coldly, and then quickly cleaned up the battlefield. Needless to say, the other disciples of the Li family did not have many good things on them. Most of them were silver, which added up to about 1,000 taels. However, Li Xingyun was different. He gave Ling Zhao a huge surprise. This guy actually had a storage ring. Although it was only a mundane storage ring, it was already very precious. After all, it was rare for clans like the 4 great clans of Tianfeng City to possess such storage rings, and they would at most possess around 10 of them. Even though Li Xingyun had great potential, was talented, and was a disciple of the Li family, he probably did not have the right to own such a treasure. Could it be that someone lent it to him? Forget it, I'll just take it first. A mundane storage ring did not have a spiritual imprint, nor did it have any restrictions. Therefore, it could be used as soon as it was obtained. Ling Zhao was afraid that something would happen if he stayed for too long. He did not check what was inside. Instead, he quickly left the scene and went to the rundown temple. There were too many corpses. There was not enough time to bury them one by one. Moreover, even if they were buried, there were many wild beasts nearby. Many of them might be dug up and eaten. Therefore, unless it was a large family with a restricted cemetery, most people in this world would choose to cremate their dead. Ling Zhao cremated all his family members who begged for food with him. Rest in peace. I've already avenged you. I'll take good care of little Potato. I won't let him suffer any more grievances. Although his heart was filled with sorrow, Ling Zhao understood that the dead could not be brought back to life. He had more things to do now. Otherwise, his grandfather, Hong Qi, and little Potato might be the ones to die in the future. He did not wish for such a thing to happen again. This was the last time. After leaving the rundown temple, Ling Zhao returned to the Ling family. If anyone saw the battle between Ling Zhao and Li Xingyun, they would be so shocked that their jaws would drop to the ground. A martial artist at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein used only 2 moves to kill a genius martial artist at the 4th level of the martial vein. Although the genius martial artist at the 4th level of the martial vein had underestimated his opponent, the result was still extremely shocking. Chapter 59. When Ling Zhao rushed back to the Ling family, there were already people from the Li family looking for them. According to the time, Li Xingyun and the others should have returned home, but in fact they didn't, so they panicked. Li Xingyun's father cared about his son, but he was more concerned about the storage ring. It was borrowed for his son. If it was lost, it would be troublesome. There are pieces of flesh here. This is our Li family's identity card. There are traces of a battle here. Could it be that he was attacked by a beast? Go into the mountains and look. There was a person in this group called Li Xinghui. He was Li Xingyun's brother. Since his brother was in trouble, he naturally had to come out to look for him. However, when he followed the traces and found the bones of the Li family disciples, there were a few beasts gnawing on the bones. One of them was actually a demonic beast, and it was a peak level for demonic beast, saw-toothed tiger. Roar. The saw-toothed tiger roared at the crowd. Many of the weaker Li family disciples retreated, and some even fainted on the spot. This saw-toothed tiger was much stronger than the level for demonic beast Li Xingyun had encountered before. Li Xinghui was in a bad mood. Very bad. His brother, his genius brother, was eaten by such a demonic beast. He stabbed out with his sword. It was the same Gale sword, but its power was several times stronger than Li Xingyun's. The saw-toothed tiger didn't even have time to wail before its huge head fell to the ground. Young Master Xinghui is really powerful. In our Li family's younger generation, only he has reached the 5th level of the martial vein. Yes, young Master Xingyun could have done it too. I didn't expect him to die so tragically. What are you talking about? Hurry up and find these guys. Let's see if there are any storage rings. Yes. Under Li Xinghui's order, everyone attacked the beasts. Without the peak level 4 demonic beast, the group of beasts was no match for the warriors. They were all killed in an instant and dissected one by one. Not this one. Not this one either. Not here. Including the saw-toothed tiger, all the demonic beasts' bodies were searched, but there was no trace of a storage ring. Could it be that my brother was not killed by a demonic beast, but by someone else? Li Xinghui's eyes were cold. If I find out who did it, I will not leave your corpse intact. At the same time, somewhere in the Dragon's Submission mountain range, a brawny man with a black scarf on his head stared at the dozen Ling family disciples in front of him like a wild beast. These people were all disciples of the Genius Hall. All of them had reached the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein, and all of them had condensed earth chi in their bodies. The only difference was the amount. However, in front of this black-scarfed brawny man, he was as helpless as a chicken in front of an eagle. This is bad. I didn't expect to meet a black scarf thief at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein. I'm dead for sure. That's right. It's as if the other party is toying with us. We can't beat them, and we can't escape either. Several of our brothers have already died. The eyes of the geniuses of the Ling family turned red. Some were filled with grief and indignation, while others were filled with despair. Only at this moment did they understand. So what if he was a genius? If he couldn't grow, then it would be meaningless. Ha ha ha! I didn't think that my luck would be so good today to actually meet so many Ling family disciples. If I were to kill all of you, that old bastard Ling Xiaotian would definitely be heartbroken. The brawny man laughed heartily, not putting these people in his eyes at all. I'm afraid the one who will die today will be you. Suddenly a voice was heard, and a figure shot out from the forest. Senior brother Ling Yin. The disciples of the Genius Hall all recognized Ling Yin, who was ranked 2nd. At this moment, Ling Yin was dressed in a black robe with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. A long sword was on his back, and there was a murderous wind. Many people knew that he practiced the killing sword, so if the murderous aura on his body exploded, it would be really terrifying. Senior brother, don't worry about us. Hurry up and run. This guy is a martial artist at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein. You are not his opponent. The disciples of the Genius Hall all knew that Ling Yin was only at the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein. If the opponent was a martial artist at the 5th level of the martial vein, he might have the strength to fight. However, the difference between the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein and the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein was still a little too big. Even if it was Ling Yin, he would be courting death. You guys go. Ling Yin just said lightly, and the aura of his body suddenly increased. What? 5th level of the martial vein. When did Senior Brother Ling Yun break through? Oh my God, it seems that Senior Brother Fifin will really have to give up his first position this time. That's not necessarily true. Senior Brother Fifin might have been at the 5th level of the martial vein long ago. No matter what, there will be a good show in the finals this time. We are saved. Ling Yan's strength immediately gave the Ling family disciples a lot of confidence. 5th level of the martial vein? Not bad, not bad. The burly man in the black scarf was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed and said, "You are still not my opponent." Not to mention that the burly man in the black scarf was a martial artist at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein. Even if he was only at the 5th level of the martial vein, he was not afraid of Ling Yan. Because he practiced thwart kung fu, a defensive martial art, his defense was amazing. At this level, he had never been at a disadvantage when fighting with a martial artist at the 6th level of the martial vein. Cut the crap, kill! Ling Yan did not talk nonsense and directly attacked. His sword was very fast, and in the moment he attacked, he was already in front of the burly man in the black scarf. The sword pierced the burly man in the black scarf. Clang! A strange sound of metal clashing sounded, and the burly man's body was actually burned without the slightest wound. Ha ha ha! I told you, kid, you are not my opponent. The burly black scarf bandit laughed heartily. Suddenly, he struck out with his palm towards Ling Yan's head. Iron Eagle Claw. This claw was like a steel cast claw, wrapped in earth energy and had a cold light. The terrifying claw was like a fierce bird hunting its prey. Naturally, this was a high-level martial art, and it was a high-level martial art that was combined with thwart kung fu. Its power was very fierce. Die. Ling Yan just looked at the burly man in the black scarf. Suddenly, a terrifying will broke out of his body and condensed on the black sword in his hand. This aura was so terrifying that it made people feel as if they had entered hell. It was the aura of death. It was the aura of doomsday. The burly man in the black scarf's eyes suddenly became dull. Sword intent. Sword intent could not only strengthen the attack, but it could also affect the opponent's mental state. Obviously, the burly man in the black scarf was stunned by Ling Yan's sword intent. Then, the sword silently pierced through the throat of the black scarf bandit, cutting off his neck like a ghost. It's here. Ling Yan's killing swordsmanship is really terrifying. It makes people tremble with fear every time. What are you afraid of? The one who should be afraid is Ling Xiao. He is finished this time. Yeah, Ling Xiao injured Ling Feng. Ling Yan is Ling Feng's brother. How can he not take revenge? Ling Xiao. Ling Yan shook the blood off his sword and sneered. He is not worthy of me using sword intent. Yes, Senior Brother Ling Yan has broken through to the 5th level of the martial vein. He will definitely compete with Senior Brother Fifin. With sword intent, even if Senior Brother Fifin is also at the 5th level of the martial vein, he will not be Senior Brother Ling Yan's opponent. The finals are in 6 days. I am really looking forward to it. Let's go back. The mission this time is too dangerous. Chapter 60. 5th level of the martial vein. Combined with the sword will, he was able to easily kill the black scarf bandit at the peak of the 5th level. Sitting cross-legged in the practice room, Ling Xiao's face was filled with shock. The news of him killing the black scarf bandit at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein quickly spread throughout the Ling family. It was impossible for him not to know. Looks like I have to work harder. The top 4 are all at the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein. Any one of them can break through. Once they break through, it will be difficult for me to win with my current strength. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao did not dare to hesitate. He temporarily forgot the pain of his loved ones being killed and turned this pain into strength. Become stronger. Must become stronger. Under the shocking pressure, Ling Xiao's cultivation became even crazier. Naturally, the crazy cultivation also made great gains. Demon Ox Art, 100 Steps Fiend Sword had also advanced from the Great Perfection realm to the Transcendent realm. The 100 Steps Fiend Sword had undergone a very interesting change. Not only was its power more terrifying, but its speed was also faster. It could even control the sword with qi, causing subtle changes in the flying sword's trajectory. No matter how fast a straight line was, as long as the opponent's judgment was accurate and made preparations in advance, it was enough. However, once there was a change, the opponent would be caught off guard. Naturally, in the process of cultivation, his cultivation was also slowly increasing, and his earth qi was constantly increasing. It could be said without humility that if he had participated in the previous elimination round, except for Ling Yihong, no one else would have been his match. Even if it was Ling Yihong, he could easily defeat him in less than 10 moves. Of course, this was under the condition that no one else had increased their strength. His current strength was much stronger than before. The previous 3 Ling Xiaos combined were not as strong as one now. However, he was not satisfied. What he lacked the most now was an internal force cultivation method and defensive martial arts. The Crimson Sun art could not keep up with the pace of his improvement. Although it could give him some special attack effects, it was really not enough. His martial vein was at least twice as wide as others, so naturally it was twice as difficult to improve his strength. Coupled with the fact that his martial spirit needed to be nurtured, the consumption of earth qi was terrifying. A mere high-grade inner force mantra was not enough. It had to be a top-grade inner force mantra to match his aptitude. As for defensive martial arts, needless to say, no one would complain about having a strong defense. Shaking his head, Ling Xiao walked out of the training room. Suddenly, he saw his grandfather, Hong Qi, standing outside. "Grandpa, were you waiting for me?" "Yes, Little Potato will live with us in the future. He is very happy. Don't worry, I will take good care of him," Hong Qi said with a smile. "Yes, Little Potato is even more pitiful than me. He witnessed the tragic death of his family with his own eyes. Although Ling Xiao had killed Li Xingyun, the hatred in his heart could not be completely resolved. He felt that this was not a bad thing. Only when a person had hatred would they have the motivation to move forward. "There's one more thing. Take this. Little Potato asked me to give it to you. He said that they found it on the road by accident." Hong Qi lied. He gave the book that he always carried with him to Ling Xiao. Of course, this was also a white lie. There were some things that he did not want Ling Xiao to know. 9 transformations, golden body technique. Ling Xiao was astonished to discover that although the book was tattered, the words on it had not been destroyed. Even the name of the book was very clear. He had heard of the 9 transformations, golden body technique. It was created by a peerless general in Northern Han and was a top-grade defensive martial art. It was said that after the 9th transformation, the body skin would be like gold and its defense would be astonishing. Not only that, but every transformation of this defensive martial art could increase one's inner strength, regardless of whether it was true qi, aura qi, or anything else. As long as it was inner strength, it could be greatly increased. If combined with an inner force mantra, the speed of increase would be even more terrifying. This defensive martial art was famous throughout the entire Northern Han. However, it seemed that no one in the Ling family practiced it. It was unknown whether or not there was even a single person. This was a martial art of the imperial family. "Do you have a use for this?" Hong Qi asked with a smile. "Of course I have a use for it. It is simply a timely help." Ling Xiao excitedly said, "Grandfather, thank you. I will go. Cultivate first. You should rest well. If you have nothing to do, you can find a few elders to chat with. Now that my status is high, your status will naturally be high as well. You don't have to worry about this. The old mister from the medicine hall often comes to chat with me. I am not lonely," Hong Qi said with a smile. "That's good. What I am most afraid of is neglecting grandfather because of my cultivation. Ling Xiao grinned and hastily returned to the training room. Defensive martial arts generally did not require much comprehension. This was because these kinds of martial arts relied on perseverance and hard work. Of course, there were some special defensive martial arts that required the assistance of certain items in order to increase the cultivation speed. For example, the 9 transformations golden body technique. The most troublesome aspect of cultivating it was the consumption of gold. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had killed Li Xingyun and found more than 100 taels of gold in Li Xingyun's storage ring, as well as a golden inner armor. These items were enough for Ling Xiao to cultivate for a while. If he finished using them, he planned to use the silver to exchange for gold, or simply go to the Dragon Submission Mountain Range to hunt wild beasts to exchange for gold. The 9 transformations golden body technique was not very difficult to comprehend. However, this was only relative to top-notch internal cultivation techniques, top-notch martial arts, and top-notch secret techniques. If an ordinary person wanted to comprehend and cultivate it, it would be difficult without a few days or even more than 10 days. However, this was not a problem for Ling Xiao at all. The analysis ability of the mountain river martial spirit was simply too terrifying. As it analyzed, there were images that demonstrated the entire cultivation process for Ling Xiao. Moreover, it was absolutely the most accurate. If Ling Xiao still could not comprehend it in a short period of time, then he would be too stupid. Body tempering martial arts were generally easy to understand and were not difficult to comprehend. In just an hour, Ling Xiao had completely comprehended the 9 transformations golden body technique. Once he comprehended it, the following cultivation would be much easier. Just like its name, the 9 transformations golden body technique had a total of 9 transformations. The first 5 transformations were mainly about the accumulation of quantity. This included the strengthening of the skin and flesh and the increase of inner strength. The first transformation strengthened the skin and increased inner strength. The second transformation strengthened the muscles and bones and increased inner strength. The third transformation strengthened the blood and qi and increased inner strength. The fourth transformation strengthened the internal organs and increased inner strength. The fifth transformation strengthened the entire body. The skin, flesh, bones, internal organs, and blood were as hard as iron and invulnerable. The increase of inner strength would also reach a different level. It was estimated that if he cultivated to the 5th transformation, Ling Xiao would at least be able to advance from the early 4th level of the martial vein to the middle 4th level of the martial vein. This was also under the condition that he did not have to deliberately cultivate the internal cultivation technique. Compared to other defensive martial arts, the 9 transformations golden body technique had obvious benefits. It strengthened the body in all aspects. It was unlike some thwart martial arts that required the condensation of inner strength to achieve a defensive effect. After the 5th transformation, it was considered a small success. Chapter 61. In fact, the increase in defense was nothing new. After all, it was a defensive martial art. What made Ling Xiao excited was the increase in strength. For a martial artist, strength was a great help. When 2 martial artists were at the same level and had similar levels of gang qi, strength could play a decisive role. If he could cultivate the 9 transformation golden body technique to the 6th transformation, Ling Xiao believed that his strength would improve by leaps and bounds. However, considering that others would not stop improving, he naturally would not be complacent. The stronger the improvement, the more satisfied he would be. The 7th transformation allowed one to cultivate a golden body. When using the 9 transformation golden body technique, one's body would turn golden. There would be a thin film attached to the surface of the skin that could even reflect the enemy's attack. The 8th transformation was even more powerful. Martial artists of the same level would not be harmed at all. At the same time, it could reduce the damage of martial artists of 1 level higher by half and reduce the damage of martial artists of 2 levels higher by 30%. The 9th transformation was known as the 9 transformation golden body technique. As long as one had gold and was not fatally injured, even a broken limb could be healed and reborn. Seeing the 9th transformation, Ling Xiao's heart trembled. This was too shocking. Although it consumed gold, which was more precious than silver, it could actually regenerate broken limbs. At this level, as long as one was not dead, there was a chance of survival. Just what kind of terrifying realm was this? As expected of a top-notch martial art, he had reason to believe that as long as he cultivated the 9 transformation golden body technique to the 9th transformation, as long as his neck was not cut off or he was killed in one move, he would be almost invincible. Where in the world did they find such a good defensive martial art? Ling Xiao could not help but feel sad when he thought of the voices and smiles of his family. He was still too weak. If he was strong enough, who would dare to understand his family? He had to continue to become stronger, so strong that no one would dare to provoke him. Thinking of this, he took out a piece of gold from Li Xingyun's storage ring and held it in his hand. As he cultivated, the gold turned into golden powder and slowly seeped into his arm and then spread throughout his body, although it did not feel very comfortable at first. However, it was fine once he got used to it. The first cycle was relatively easy to cultivate. He only used 2 hours and used up all the 10 taels of gold he had. After the first revolution of the 9 transformation golden body technique, Ling Xiao observed his body. His skin membrane was obviously much tougher than before, as if it was made of steel. He was a little excited, so he continued to cultivate. The second phase was indeed much more difficult to cultivate than the first phase. It took him 6 hours and 100 taels of gold before he finally succeeded. This time he strengthened his muscles and bones, and he could clearly feel it. However, this consumption rate of 10 times was truly something that Ling Xiao could not help but feel a little miserable. Li Xingyun had used up all the gold in his storage ring before he managed to break through. All that's left is the golden inner armor. The quality of this golden inner armor is very good. It's worth about 1,000 taels of gold. In addition to the other gold items in this house, breaking through to the 3rd revolution shouldn't be a problem. Thinking up to this point, Ling Xiao left the training room and proceeded to ransack the house. The gold items in this house were left behind by 2nd Masterling. There were only about 100 taels of gold in total. However, with the golden inner armor, it should be enough. After returning to the training room, Ling Xiao continued to cultivate. This time, the cultivation time was even longer. It took him a total of 12 hours to break through to the 3rd revolution of the 9 transformation golden body technique. At this moment, Ling Xiao was full of vigor and energy. Even if he did not sleep for 10 days, there would be no problem. He did not expect this defensive martial art to have such benefits. However, when he wanted to continue cultivating, he was in trouble. This was because he did not have any gold left. No wonder no one cultivated this defensive martial art. This was simply a nouveau riche defensive martial art. Eat gold. Ling Xiao hesitated for a long time. Then he decided to make a trip to Tianfeng City and exchanged all the silver he had, as well as the medicinal herbs and young demonic beasts he obtained from the mountain river diagram, into gold. After calculating, it was exactly 20,000 taels of gold. Damn, now I'm a pauper again. Ling Xiao laughed bitterly. Originally, he had a lot of silver. Now he was only left with 20,000 taels of gold. These were definitely going to be used to cultivate the 9 transformation golden body technique. His plan was to cultivate the 9 transformation golden body technique to the 5th revolution, which was the initial success before the finals. This meant that he would need more than 100,000 taels of gold. However, he did not think too much about it for now. 20,000 taels of gold was enough to cultivate this defensive martial art from the third revolution to the fourth revolution, in order to improve his Gang Qi at the same time and speed up the cultivation of the 9 transformation golden body technique. Ling Xiao took the Gang Qi pill he had. In the training room, there was a pile of 10,000 taels of gold. If anyone saw Ling Xiao cultivating like this, they would definitely be stunned. In the previous cultivation, the gold powder would slowly enter the body through the hands. But this time it was different. The gold around his body had all turned into gold powder. It seeped into Ling Xiao's body through his pores and merged with his earth energy. Then it continued to strengthen his body. Unexpectedly, in this cultivation, the mountain and river martial spirit finally had some strange changes. A wave of energy from the mountain and river martial spirit seeped into the gold powder and earth energy. From the fourth revolution onwards, Ling Xiao's 9 transformation golden body technique was obviously different from others. His defensive martial art was not only more powerful, but it also strengthened his martial spirit. The strangest thing was that when the mountain and river martial spirit's energy was mixed in, not only did it not slow down the cultivation speed, it actually made the cultivation speed faster. The efficacy of the earth energy pill and gold powder was completely absorbed by his body. He could clearly feel that the mountain and river martial spirit, which was once a little unfamiliar, seemed to be connected to his blood. Ling Xiao did not know about other things, but he was sure that his cultivation speed and the efficiency of absorbing the medicinal efficacy were much stronger than ordinary people. This was the special part of the mountain and river martial spirit. If an ordinary person was able to absorb 50% of the medicinal efficacy of a medicinal pill, it would already be very good. However, he was able to absorb almost all of it without wasting a single bit. Just this point alone, he obviously had a big advantage. In other words, the same pill used on him was basically twice as effective as other people's. Although the effect was good, the consumption was also terrifying. Seeing the mountain of gold in the training room quickly diminish, he also felt his heart ache. How could he not feel pained? These were all his family assets. Fortunately, the gold was not wasted. With the absorption of the gold powder, Ling Xiao could clearly feel that the earth energy in his body was rapidly increasing. Of course, the fastest increase was still his strength and the toughness of his body, especially his soft internal organs. They were actually constantly strengthening. Some of the hidden injuries caused by Ling Chong in the past were actually healed this time. Chapter 62. No, before the finals, I have to upgrade the 9 transformation golden body technique to the small success of the 5th transformation. Only then can my body's defense improve greatly and become invulnerable. Ling Xiao was not satisfied with the 4th transformation of the defensive martial art. However, he had encountered a bigger problem. From the 4th transformation to the 5th transformation, he needed at least 100,000 taels of gold. Now he only had about 10,000 taels of gold left. Even if he used them all up, he could only slightly improve the 9 transformation golden body technique on the basis of the 4th transformation. It was impossible to break through to the 5th transformation. However, it was better than nothing. Ling Xiao planned to use up the remaining 10,000 taels of gold. After that, he would think of a way to hunt demonic beasts to exchange for gold. The stronger he was, the higher the success rate of hunting demonic beasts. During this cultivation process, he used the only 2 Gangqi pills in Li Xingyun's storage ring. After a night, Ling Xiao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His body began to faintly produce a golden Gangqi. This Gangqi was much stronger than that of an ordinary martial artist at the 4th level of the martial vein. After the 2 Gangqi pills were completely absorbed, the 10,000 taels of gold were completely used up. Although there was still a long way to go to the 5th transformation of the 9 transformation golden body technique, His Gangchi had improved a lot and was close to the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein. In the absence of a top-level internal cultivation method, he was able to raise his cultivation from the early stage of the 4th level of the martial vein to the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein in such a short time. It had to be said that besides the Gangchi pills, the biggest contributor was the 9 transformation golden body technique. There were still 4 days before the finals of the annual tournament. Not enough, far from enough. The peak of the 4th level of the martial vein should be able to defeat an ordinary martial artist at the 5th level of the martial vein. However, Ling Yun is not ordinary. He has sword intent and is a genius. He must have a top-level martial art. If he met Ling Yun now and used his martial arts will, his chances of winning were about 50%. However, did Ling Yun have any other trump cards? Did he continue to improve during this period? These were all question marks. Therefore, the chances of winning were still too low. Moreover, there was still Ling Fifan. He absolutely did not believe that Ling Fifan, the number 1 genius of the Ling family, would lose to Ling Yun in strength. Maybe Ling Fifan was even more terrifying than Ling Yun. Ling Zhao's goal was to secure the top 3, but if he could get first place, he would definitely not be willing to get second place. The attention and preferential treatment that the first place would receive would be unimaginable. It would definitely be better than the current situation. He had to continue increasing his strength. Whether it was a breakthrough in his cultivation or the realm of the 9 transformation golden body technique, he needed money and pills. It was time to go to the Dragon Submission mountain range. Now, killing a Class 4 demonic beast or even a peak Class 4 demonic beast should be a relatively simple matter. Moreover, combat experience could also be honed in the process of hunting demonic beasts. That was a battle of life and death, not some self-entertainment in the training room. The combat experience gained from training was very necessary for the improvement of one's combat effectiveness. Thinking of this, he left the training room and instructed his grandfather, Hongqi and Little Potato. Then he prepared some dry food and put it directly into the mountain river diagram. As for Li Xingyun's storage ring, he hid it at home. That item was too eye-catching, and he had no use for it at the moment. If he could avoid it, it was best not to take it. When he left the Ling family and headed towards the Dragon Submission mountain range, Ling Xiao did not notice that a pair of vicious eyes were staring at him from the dark. Just as Ling Xiao left the Ling family, the owner of the pair of eyes left the Ling family at the same time. About 1 mile away from the Ling family, this person met up with 3 other people. This is the deposit, a total of 10,000 taels of gold. 3 Gangchi pills. After this is done, I will give you the remaining 40,000 taels of gold. This person took out a storage ring and passed the gold to the 3 people opposite him. The 3 of them wore black scarves on their heads, and it was obvious that they were the Black Scarf Bandits, who were very active in the Dragon Submission mountain range. Ha ha ha! Don't worry, since we have taken his money, we will solve his problem. Moreover, that kid killed our people before. This time we are just taking revenge. After that, one of the 3 Black Scarf Bandits kept the gold and Gangchi pills in his storage ring, turned around, and chased after Ling Xiao. After entering the Dragon Submission mountain range, Ling Xiao displayed the soaring cloud steps, fled dragon transformation without holding back. His body seemed to have transformed into a flood dragon, flying in circles in the forest, and could actually stop in mid-air. This was no longer the realm of Qinggong, but flying. At present, Ling Xiao's soaring cloud steps, flood dragon transformation, had already been cultivated to the realm of great perfection. Any further would mean that he had stepped into the realm of transformation. If he wanted to advance to the next level, he would have to evolve again. However, just relying on high-level movement techniques was no longer enough to evolve the soaring cloud steps. Only top-level movement techniques were qualified to evolve it. Therefore, for now, he could only develop it in the direction of the stage of great perfection. When he was at home, he could not use it But in the Dragon's Submission mountain range, he did not have so many scruples. Traveling in itself was a way to continuously train and improve one's movement technique. Swoosh, swoosh. In the forest, Ling Xiao's speed was not inferior to those birds at all. The only thing he could not compare to was the height. Currently, he could only fly to a height of 20 to 30 meters. And even if he flew, he could only stay in the air for about 15 minutes. After that, he would have to find a place to borrow strength. But even so, the feeling of flying freely was still very exciting. His current strength was only at the 4th level of the martial vein, and the soaring cloud steps was already so powerful. If his strength advanced to the 9th level of the martial vein, if he reached the 9th level of the martial vein, or if the soaring cloud steps evolved further, he might really be able to ride the clouds and soar freely in the sky. Ling Xiao was filled with anticipation for the future. Ever since he obtained the mountain river martial soul, his confidence grew day by day. In the past, although he was not willing to give up, when he could not see hope, it was really painful. But now it was different. The future was bright. What he needed to do was to work hard. In less than an hour, Ling Xiao arrived at his destination, which was the edge of the Dragon's Submission mountain range. It was slightly deeper than the previous time. After all, his strength had increased this time. If he wanted to hunt a peak class 4 demonic beast, it would be too far away. It was not easy to encounter one. In the distance, the roars and howls of wild beasts could be heard from the Dragon's Submission mountain range from time to time, making one's scalp tingle. In Tianfeng City, no one knew what was beyond the Dragon's Submission mountain range. They only knew that the deeper one went, the higher the level of the demonic beasts and the more terrifying they were. In the core of the Dragon's Submission mountain range, there was even a divine dragon resting there. Although Ling Xiao wanted to go in and take a look, he knew his own limits. With his current strength, entering the depths of the Dragon's Submission mountain range was purely courting death. However, it was not a problem to walk slightly deeper in from the edge of the area. He had no interest in the passing wild beasts. His target was only the demonic beasts. He had already taken out the clear wind sword from the mountain river diagram and carried it on his back, making it convenient for him to use at any time. Previously in the competition, he did not take out the clear wind sword mainly because this plaything was a fine treasure sword. It was very easy to make people jealous. Luckily, even when he defeated Ling Yihang, he did not use the 100 steps flying sword technique. Therefore, this secret was naturally kept. There was no need to keep it a secret in the Dragon's Submission mountain range. This place was deep in the mountains, and there was not a single person. Chapter 63. Quick! A sword light shot out, piercing through the air and emitting an ear-piercing sonic boom. Ling Xiao could clearly feel the terrifying explosive power contained in the Qingfeng sword. Ao! The sword light pierced through the air. The sword shadow flashed. A 3rd-level monster fell to the ground, and before it died, it only had time to let out 2 miserable cries. This sword strike was so brilliant that it actually cut off the head of the monster. And the strength is a bit too strong. I estimate that with my current strength, I can easily kill a peak 3rd-level monster with 30% of my internal force. He used the mountain and river martial spirit to analyze the power of the 100-step fiend sword within a range of 200 meters. In the end, he came to a terrifying conclusion. Within 200 meters, the 100-step fiend sword was equivalent to a martial artist at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein. What kind of concept was this? He was only close to the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein, but this attack could reach the full force of a martial artist at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein. From the looks of it, not to mention the peak monster, even if it was a 5th-level monster, as long as it wasn't too strong, he should be able to take it down. He just had to be careful. The flying sword attack required suddenness and explosive power. If it was predicted by others in advance, the power would not be so great. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao casually threw the corpse of the monster into the mountain and river diagram. Then he continued to move forward, searching for prey. A third-level monster was still too cheap. This time, he wanted to find a fourth-level monster. It would be best if it was a peak fourth-level monster. That way, he could exchange it for more gold. Of course, when he encountered a fifth-level monster, he could also give it a try. And someone's coming? After killing more than 10 third-level monsters in a row, Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown. The mountain and river diagram showed that there were 3 life forms rapidly approaching. Passing by? Or are they targeting me? Ling Xiao didn't want to take the risk, so he chose to hide and see the situation first. The 3 life forms finally appeared. It was 3 black scarf thieves. One of them was a short and fat old man. The other was a tall man. And the last was a demonic woman. Where is he? Could it be that he found us and hid? Ha ha ha, he can't escape. The short and fat old man let out an extremely unpleasant sound and then opened his mouth to spit out a turbid gas. Cough, cough, cough. It stinks. Ling Xiao was caught off guard for a moment and was actually choked by the gas. He immediately coughed out blood. So, Pa. Almost at the instant he coughed, a few poisonous needles shot towards him. Fortunately, he reacted in time and used soaring cloud steps to dodge them. To actually be able to dodge the servant's poison needle, your qinggong is not bad, the evil woman exclaimed in surprise. No matter how good your qinggong is, you still have to die. The brawny man snorted coldly and said, My employer has already said that this kid's qinggong is amazing, so I have prepared a special thing to entertain him. Black Scarf Thief. When Ling Xiao saw that the other party did not attack again, he calmed down a little. He activated his mountain and river martial spirit, and the information of the 3 opponents appeared. 2 at the peak of the 4th level martial vein, and 1 at the 5th level martial vein. To be honest, he couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the information displayed. Who is this? How could they be so generous to send such an expert to deal with him? The brawny man was the strongest of the 3. His killing intent was extremely strong, and it was unknown how many people he had killed. Little fellow, aren't you going to run? The evil woman laughed and asked, Why should I run? Ling Xiao had already decided to hunt these 3 people. Although it might be a little difficult to fight 1 against 3, this was the Dragon Submission mountain range. Furthermore, he had soaring cloud steps and mountain and river martial spirit. This allowed him to move around in the forest with ease. If it was another environment, he would probably turn around and run. But now, the chances of winning 1 against 3 were not very small. Reckless brat, if you are willing to hand over the qinggong you have learned, we can give you a quick death. The short and fat old man laughed and said, You want my qinggong technique? Capture me first. Ling Xiao grinned and suddenly soared into the sky, flying towards the forest. In terms of speed, he did not believe that he would lose to these 3 people. He. What made Ling Xiao feel strange was that the 3 of them did not chase after him. Instead, they stood on the spot and laughed coldly. This gave Ling Xiao a strong premonition. But there was nothing special on the mountain and river diagram. In other words, there were only 3 of them and no one was helping them. No, it still felt wrong. Buzz. The huge pressure caused his earth energy to circulate rapidly in his body. At that moment, the feeling of flesh and blood from the mountain and river martial spirit was even more obvious. I see. Ling Xiao suddenly realized that he did not need to observe the mountain and river diagram. His body and the mountain and river martial spirit were perfectly integrated. Now he only needed to look at his opponents, and the analysis data would quickly appear in his mind. At the same time, a drill would be formed in his mind. Although it did not seem to be much different, the effect was too great. In the past, to use the analysis and drill ability of the mountain and river martial spirit, he had to observe the mountain and river diagram internally. It was too time-consuming. In battle, he was simply courting death. But now he did not need to do that at all. Wherever his eyes looked, he could analyze. Even the mountain and river martial spirit had caused a strange change in his vision. Ordinary people's eyes would definitely have blind spots, but his eyes did not. What he saw was in all directions. No matter from which angle, he could see clearly. Not only that, but now he could see through things. He knew that this was not the ability of his eyes, but the ability of the mountain and river martial spirit. But no matter what, under the huge pressure of death, his ability had improved again, and it was a huge improvement. The reason why the mountain and river diagram did not show anything before was that the opponent's killing move was underground. A huge spider. It was 2 meters tall when it stood up. It was locking onto him from below, ready to break out of the ground. He was just wondering what the opponent was going to use to deal with his movement skill. Now it seemed that it should be a spider web. If the spider set up an inescapable net around here, he would really be in trouble. Let's get rid of the spider first. Ling Xiao moved. He suddenly condensed earth energy and punched the ground. The spider underground was only a level 3 demonic beast. This punch contained 50% of his strength, and he used the meteorite fist. The spider would definitely die. At that moment, the 3 black scarf thieves who were smiling sinisterly changed their expressions. They did not know how Ling Xiao discovered the danger from underground, but they could feel the terror of Ling Xiao's punch. The short and fat old man and the evil woman moved first. The 2 of them flanked Ling Xiao from the left and right. Although the short and fat old man was fat, his movement skill was not weak at all. His speed was even faster than the evil woman. The evil woman's most terrifying weapon was obviously hidden weapons. So when she ran over, she continuously shot out several arrows. Chapter 64. There was a cruel look in the evil woman's eyes. She could even foresee Ling Xiao's miserable state after being poisoned. His entire body was bleeding from all 7 orifices, but he could neither live nor die. However, she did not know that at this moment, Ling Xiao had entered a very special atmosphere. The feeling of the mountain river martial spirit being connected to his blood vessels made Ling Xiao's thinking speed increase by tens of times, or even hundreds of times. He could even calculate the time it would take for the poisoned arrow to reach his body and how much damage it would cause him, and the time it would take for the short and fat old man to come into contact with him, and the situation of the strongest man in the black scarf. The situation of the man in the black scarf was a little strange. He was releasing his gang qi, but he obviously had no intention of attacking. Ling Xiao could be sure that this guy was controlling the spider. Since that was the case, it would be easy. The short and fat old man and the evil woman were not his opponents, and the man in the black scarf was controlling the spider to avoid his attack. In this way, it was very obvious what to do. Puff! Puff! After a few consecutive sounds, the evil woman's poisoned arrows all hit Ling Xiao's body, and not a single arrow missed. The evil woman chuckled, and her body slowed down. Poor kid, I thought it would be good if he could hit 1 or 2 arrows. Anyway, the poison is strong and still effective. I didn't expect that all of them would hit. Boss, this kid's qigong is good, but his brain is a little stupid. Ha ha ha, facing your poisoned arrows. No matter how smart he is, his brain will be in a mess. The short and fat old man also laughed loudly. The muscular man controlling the spider also relaxed a little. No, kill him quickly. The man in the end had a higher cultivation and was more knowledgeable. Although he relaxed a little, he suddenly felt that something was wrong, because he found that Ling Xiao's qi did not weaken at all, and his fist was still accurately hitting the spider on the ground. Too late. Ling Xiao's mouth revealed a cold smile, and his fist hit the ground. Although he only used 50% of his meteorite fist, the pitiful level 3 demonic beast was directly smashed into meat paste. Even the burly man's body involuntarily trembled, and a trace of red blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. It was clear that he had controlled the spider through something like a mental imprint combined with his stellar energy. Killing the spider had affected the middle-aged man's body, weak as it may be. Kill him. The brawny man was enraged. A mere martial artist at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein actually killed his cute spider. Furthermore, it was right under the noses of the 3 of them. This was simply intolerable. Ling Xiao also seemed to have been poisoned at this time. His body was a little weak, and his aura had also weakened. A ferocious glint appeared in the eyes of the short and fat old man. "Little thief, hand over your life." At this moment, they no longer wanted to capture him alive because Ling Xiao was too cunning. Capturing such an opponent alive was tantamount to causing trouble for themselves. The short and fat old man didn't have a weapon, but his palms were purplish-black. He was obviously someone who specialized in palm techniques. If this palm hit, even if Ling Xiao didn't die, he would lose half his life. However, when the short and fat old man was less than half a meter away from Ling Xiao, he suddenly stopped. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed. The 6th move of the Meteor Fist, Meteor Strike. Although the power of this 6th move was slightly weaker, it was fast enough and didn't require much stellar energy. In that instant, his entire aura changed. No longer weak. On the contrary, he was unprecedentedly strong. 4th level of the martial vein. These 4 words became the short and fat old man's last words. He thought that Ling Xiao was only a martial artist at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein. He thought that Ling Xiao had used all his strength in that attack and wouldn't be able to attack for a short period of time. He thought that Ling Xiao had been hit by the evil woman's poisoned crossbow arrow. However, in fact, the aura that Ling Xiao was emitting right now was definitely at the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein. Ling Xiao had only used 50% of his strength to kill the spider just now, so that he could attack again in a short period of time. More importantly, Ling Xiao wasn't hit by the arrow. In that instant, he accurately calculated all the places that the poisoned crossbow arrow would hit and then condensed his stellar energy. He condensed all the golden stellar energy of the 9 transformation golden body technique into those few points. In this way, even if he hadn't reached the 5th transformation, he would be invulnerable at these few points. Furthermore, although the evil woman was at the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein, her stellar energy was too weak. Her attack wasn't as strong as an ordinary 4th level martial artist's. Therefore, it seemed that the poisoned crossbow arrow had hit him, but it was actually stuck in his clothes. It was a pity that the short and fat old man wouldn't understand all of this, even if he died. Boom! Ling Xiao's punch was like an extremely small meteorite that crashed into the short and fat elder's chest at an extremely fast speed. Then it exploded in an instant. Bang! The short and fat old man's heart was directly blown apart. There was almost no suspense. He didn't even have time to scream before he died on the spot. Under his precise calculations, Ling Xiao was able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. He now understood more and more what a transcendent martial art was. Martial arts didn't necessarily have to be powerful to be good. In different situations, different moves might be more useful. Sometimes a faster but less powerful move was better. Sometimes a move with a large range and medium power was better. Sometimes a move with a slow speed but terrifying power was better. All of this needed to be constantly honed and comprehended in battle. Because Ling Xiao had the mountain and river martial spirit, it was obvious that his perception was much stronger than others. Even if he didn't have as much combat experience, he had already vaguely grasped some of the characteristics of transcendent martial arts. He believed that as long as he trained more, he would be able to fight more skillfully in the future. Elder Fatty! The demonic woman was taken aback. Her body that was running over suddenly stopped. She was afraid. because she knew very well that the short and fat old man's close combat strength was much stronger than hers. Even the short and fat old man had been killed by this cunning brat. Even if she went over, it would be useless. "Boss, hurry up and attack!" The evil woman shouted at the burly man. "Come back!" The burly man originally thought that Ling Xiao was at the peak of the third level of the martial vein. That was why he was confident that the short and fat old man and the evil woman could kill Ling Xiao. What he needed to do was to control the spider to prevent Ling Xiao from escaping. But now the situation had obviously changed. "Do you think you can escape?" Of course. Ling Xiao knew what the burly man meant. However, he would not let this woman go. Otherwise, when he fought with the burly man later, this woman would definitely be a problem. Whoosh! A flash of sword light flew out from his back like a flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the evil woman's back and out of her chest. Boss! Never in her wildest dreams would she have thought that after killing countless innocent people with her hidden weapons, she would be killed by someone else's hidden weapons. "Thief! You dare to kill my wife!" The black scarf man was furious. He really didn't expect that he would suffer such a big loss today. 3 people came, but now he was the only one left. "Only you are allowed to kill me, but I am not allowed to kill you," Ling Xiao said indifferently. Although he said it casually, he was still nervous in his heart. The evil woman and the short and fat old man were easy to deal with. This burly man was the real problem. A martial artist at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein was not so easy to deal with. However, he did not plan to escape. Chapter 65. The odds of victory for both sides were about 40 to 60. Ling Xiao had 40%, while the other party had 60%. Of course, this was only on the surface. If they really fought, he felt that he had a better chance of winning. After all, with the mountain and river martial spirit, his advantage was too great. "Little thief, even if you have a sharp tongue, you won't be able to escape death today. Although your strength is close to the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein, and that flying sword attack has reached the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein. But you still have to die." Although the black scarf man said this, he didn't move. Ling Xiao knew what he was afraid of. He was afraid of his flying sword. The black scarf man knew in his heart that Ling Xiao's greatest threat to him was that unfathomable flying sword. "Anyway, I'm about to die. Can you tell me who sent you to kill me?" Ling Xiao suddenly asked. The black scarf man rolled his eyes and chuckled. "Do you want to know? I can tell you. The person who wants to kill you is your Ling family's Ling." His voice suddenly became very small. Ling Xiao couldn't hear him at all, so he took a step forward. "Chance." The black scarf man laughed sinisterly. He was telling the truth. But his goal was not to tell Ling Xiao the truth. He just wanted to make Ling Xiao reveal a flaw. Now that the opportunity had come, his figure moved. With a light leap, his seemingly sturdy body instantly closed in on Ling Xiao. This wasn't a movement technique. It was pure strength. It was too terrifying. "Die." The black scarf man caught a glimpse of the dead short and fat old man and the evil woman. The anger in his heart was obvious. With a roar, his hands formed claws in the air. Not only that, the claws actually turned into the color of steel, and there was a cold light flickering. However, at that moment, Ling Xiao's face revealed a mocking smile. "Not good." A sword light pierced through the air. The black scarf man was scared out of his wits. He was very clear about the power of this sword. It definitely had the attack power of the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein. Although he was at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein, in terms of defense, he was only at the early 5th level of the martial vein. There was no way he could block it. In midair, Zhang Xian was unable to dodge the attack. He could only block it. Fortunately, this brat's flying sword is flying in a straight line. Although it's fast, I can still block it. After experiencing the initial panic, the brawny man quickly calmed down. His claws directly grabbed at the flying sword. His attack power was also at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein, so he would not be at a disadvantage in a head-on clash. However, he did not notice that a disdainful smile had slipped past the corners of Ling Xiao's mouth. Just as the sword light was about to collide with the claws, it suddenly disappeared. The black-masked man's entire body trembled. To suddenly discover that the opponent's attack had disappeared in the middle of a confrontation was definitely the most terrifying thing. He was scared out of his wits. However, this fear did not last long, because in the next moment he felt his head being separated from his body. That feeling was too strange. Through his eyes, he could see blood spurting out from his neck. His sword can actually change direction? This was the last thought of the brawny man before he died. Whoosh! Seeing the brawny man killed, Ling Xiao almost sat on the ground. This battle seemed easy, but in fact it was very dangerous. If the brawny man did not think that he had succeeded and jumped up, even if Ling Xiao could change the trajectory of the flying sword, it would not have been so easy to succeed. This was a battle of wits and courage. One ring after another. Ling Xiao relied on the powerful thinking ability brought by the mountain and river martial spirit to lead the other party by the nose. However, the result of using this ability was very different. He could feel that the mountain and river martial spirit not only consumed aura chi, but also soul force. That kind of meticulous planning state lasted for a little longer, and he would be extremely tired. Ling Xiao, who was sitting on the ground to rest, did not even bother to pick up the storage ring of the brawny man. The weakness of the soul was even more uncomfortable than the weakness of the body. Let's just call this state entering the soul. It seems that I have to learn some secret techniques to strengthen the soul. Otherwise, if the duration of entering the soul is too short, its help in battle will be limited. Ling Xiao thought for a while and gave himself a name for this state of meticulous planning, so that it would be easier to use in the future. After resting for about an hour, Ling Xiao recovered and his head was not so dizzy. He walked over and took the storage ring of the brawny man. It was also a mortal-grade storage ring. There were many things inside, close to 50,000 taels of silver, 10,000 taels of gold, 3 aura chi pills, and a top-tier martial art, Snow Lotus Arts. Ling Xiao opened the Snow Lotus Arts book in surprise. He originally thought that he could cultivate it, but he was dumbfounded. Snow Lotus Arts, a top-tier martial art. It belongs to the category of inner strength mental cultivation. It can be used together with Snow Lotus Sword Arts. It is close to transcendent grade. Only those who have awakened the Snow Lotus martial spirit or are born with the Snow Lotus body can cultivate it. Snow Lotus martial spirit? In this world, people who have martial spirits are very rare, not to mention such a strange Snow Lotus martial spirit. It seems useless. I'll keep it. Maybe it will be useful in the future. Thinking of this, he shook his head and threw the Snow Lotus Arts book into the mountain river diagram. At that moment, a surprising situation occurred. In the small village, a mountain appeared. An ice mountain. On the mountain, there were many snow lotuses. One of them, at the top, was the largest and also the most beautiful. Mountain river martial spirit, all-encompassing. The mountain river diagram showed these 8 words. Not to mention that Ling Xiao was not stupid. Even if he was stupid, he could understand what these words meant. Combined with the appearance of the snow lotus from before, this basically meant that his mountain river martial spirit could contain and nurture all things, and the snow lotus martial spirit could also be contained. He could definitely learn the Snow Lotus Arts. Ling Xiao felt incomparably excited. He had always wanted to obtain a top internal strength cultivation method, and now it seemed that he had obtained it without any effort. He did not know where the black scarf man got this thing, but unfortunately he could not learn it. Since he could not learn it, he could only put it in his storage ring, and probably could not sell it. He would definitely be reluctant to destroy it. Now, it was Ling Xiao's turn to benefit. Ling Xiao had originally planned to start cultivating the Snow Lotus Qi formula now. But all of a sudden, he felt a dangerous aura approaching. Wherever his eyes looked, there were 3 red dots, indicating that there were 3 demonic beasts, and they were extremely dangerous peak martial spirit beasts. If there was only one, Ling Xiao planned to stay and fight, but 3, he did not even think about it. It was purely courting death. After all, demonic beasts were stronger than warriors, and the innate ability of demonic beasts under the same strength was too terrifying. I'd better go home. With this Snow Lotus Arts book, I can improve my cultivation first. As for the 9 transformation golden body technique, I can wait. As long as I break through to the 5th level of the martial vein, I am confident that I can win the 2nd place in the finals. The key reason why he won the 2nd place and not the 1st place was that he was not very clear about the strength of Ling Fifan. Boom! When he was about to leave, the earth suddenly trembled. Earthquake! No! Why do I feel that there are large demonic beasts approaching? Chapter 66. Awu! A terrifying howl caused the 3 peak class 5 beasts to lie on the ground. Their bodies were trembling and their eyes were filled with fear. Ling Xiao saw the most terrifying scene he had ever seen since he was born. It was a giant ape. It was 15 to 16 meters tall, and its voice was like thunder. The tall trees beside it were like weeds. Bang! Bang! With every step it took, the ground would tremble a few times as if there was an earthquake. What the hell is this? Ling Xiao desperately circulated his earth energy in an attempt to stabilize his mind. However, that terrifying cry still caused his blood and qi to tremble and his entire body to feel uncomfortable. At that moment, he actually felt as if his soul was about to leave his body and fly away. Fortunately, the mountain river martial spirit circulated faster to reduce this effect. Even so, his face was still pale as if he was seriously injured. This situation was as uncomfortable as when the soul entering had just ended. Pa! Like swatting a fly, the giant ape on the back of a peak class 5 beast slapped it down in midair and stuffed it into its mouth to chew. Ling Xiao had goosebumps all over his body. This was too terrifying. A peak class 5 beast was actually unable to withstand a single blow from this fellow. It was like a pitiful fly that was slapped to death and eaten alive. Kacha! Kacha! Wherever the giant ape passed, all the trees were crushed by its terrifying brute force, and then fell to the ground with a loud bang. Awu! Awu! The giant ape seemed to be very excited and looked over mockingly as if it was staring at its prey. Ling Xiao shivered all over. Even someone as determined as him could not muster the slightest bit of courage in the face of such a monster. However, he was still much better than those class 5 beasts that were lying motionless on the ground. Herculean divine ape, a peak class 8 beast. Its strength surpasses most 9th level martial vein martial artists. Its brute force can easily destroy a mountain range. When he looked at the giant ape, this information automatically appeared in his mind. How unlucky! What else could he say? This was actually still at the edge of the Dragon Submission Mountain range, and he had actually encountered such a terrifying giant beast. A peak level 8 demonic beast. This was an existence that was even more terrifying than most of the early 9th level martial vein martial artists. As for Ling Xiao, he was only at the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein. It would be difficult for him to deal with a peak of the 5th level. Facing a peak of the 8th level, he would definitely die. Run! Ling Xiao didn't think too much about it. At this moment, he only had one option, and that was to run. If he could escape, he would live. If he couldn't escape, he would die. Boom! However, just as he was escaping toward the periphery of the Dragon Submission Mountain range, a huge tree was suddenly thrown over and planted in front of him. You won't let me leave." Ling Xiao was almost in despair. What was wrong with this Herculean ape? Did it want to slowly enjoy the food one by one? Since he couldn't get out, he would just charge into the forest. At this moment, Ling Xiao could no longer care so much. He knew that the deeper parts of the Dragon's Submission Mountain range were even more dangerous. He might encounter a huge beast as terrifying as the Herculean ape. But he had no choice. Staying here meant death. He had to escape. Since he couldn't escape, he could only do the opposite. After all, there was still a glimmer of hope for survival. Jie, Jie, Jie. This time, the Herculean ape didn't stop Ling Xiao. Instead, it opened its mouth and let out a strange laugh. That's right, it was laughing. It was mocking him. Ling Xiao didn't care whether the other party was mocking him or laughing. He only had one thought at this moment, and that was to escape. After the Herculean ape glanced at him, it casually grabbed a peak of the 5th level on the ground and stuffed it into its mouth. Then it started chewing. As it ate, it watched with interest as Ling Xiao ran crazily in the forest. This little human is not bad. He can actually escape under the pressure of my aura. I'll play with him first. I'll eat him when I'm tired of him. The Herculean ape's eyes clearly revealed such a message. It was also fortunate that Ling Xiao had awakened the mountain river martial soul. Otherwise, he would be like those peak of the 5th level beasts lying on the ground. He wouldn't have any courage to escape. Even when the Herculean ape put them in its mouth, they didn't dare to move. The terrifying aura of the peak of the 8th level beasts exerted a huge pressure on the soul. That kind of terror was really hard to understand if one didn't experience it personally. Crack! The sound of the peak of the 5th level beast's bones being bitten rang out in the forest. The sound was very loud. Ling Xiao believed that the Herculean ape was definitely doing it on purpose, because he heard it clearly. At this time, there was only one peak of the 5th level left beside the Herculean ape. Ling Xiao knew that after that guy finished eating, the next target would be him. He used the soaring cloud steps to the limit. At this time, he no longer had the slightest intention of hiding his strength. Hiding his strength at this time was courting death. However, no matter how he ran, he could always feel that he was firmly locked on by the Herculean ape's aura. Whether he turned or dodged, it was useless. In order to escape, Ling Xiao even took out one of the aura chi pills that he had just obtained from the Black Scarf thieves and threw it into his mouth. He was going all out. The consumption of aura chi would naturally be great, and the aura chi pill could help in breaking through while also replenishing a large amount of aura chi. In this way, he wouldn't have to worry too much about not having enough aura chi to accelerate at full speed. If the people of the Ling family saw his current speed, it would definitely be as if they had seen a monster. Even if it was a martial artist at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein, unless they specialized in speed movement techniques, it was absolutely impossible to reach this level. However, Ling Xiao didn't have the slightest intention of relaxing. Too slow. Still too slow. Perhaps in the eyes of others, it was already a terrifying speed that completely exceeded common sense. However, in the eyes of the Herculean ape, it might not be worth mentioning at all. The 4th, 6th, and 6th levels belong to the aura chi stage. The 7th and 8th levels belong to the chi explosion stage, whether in terms of quality or volume. The aura chi of the peak of the 8th level Herculean ape was much stronger than that of Ling Xiao, who was at the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein. This was not in existence on the same level at all. Looking at the Herculean ape's playful expression, it dared to let Ling Xiao escape. It was not afraid that it would not be able to catch him. Crack! The last peak of the 5th level demon beast was also thrown into the mouth of the Herculean ape and eaten. Then this fellow burped and began to slowly chase after Ling Xiao. When passing by a small river, it actually lay down in the water and drank a few mouthfuls of water. Ling Xiao did not look back, but his vision was now omnidirectional, so even if he did not look back, he knew what the Herculean ape was doing. At this moment, he felt like a weak woman fleeing for her life. And that Herculean ape was like a perverted thief with strong martial arts. The playful smile in that fellow's eyes was clearly playing with him. Ling Xiao was not angry. Although this was very unpleasant, at the same time, it also provided him with a chance to escape. If the Herculean ape directly pounced over to attack, he would have no chance to escape. He would definitely die. Those who look down on me will regret it, including you, this self-righteous beast. Ling Xiao calmed down. Chapter 67. After channeling his aura into the mountain and river martial spirit, Ling Xiao immediately entered the soul-entering state. At this moment, his vision was even more terrifying than before. With a glance, the terrain within a radius of 10 miles could be seen. That is, Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a hint of excitement. In his eyes, an ancient building appeared. According to the analysis of the mountain and river martial spirit, if he escaped there, he had a 90% chance of survival. Ling Xiao didn't know how the mountain and river martial spirit calculated this survival rate. However, he could roughly guess. That building looked like a coiled divine dragon. There should be something strange about it. Inside the building, there was a basement. The entrance was very small. With his figure, it was no problem for him to enter. However, if the huge Herculean ape wanted to enter, it would be extremely difficult. Without thinking too much, Ling Xiao unleashed his speed and advanced at full speed. Taking advantage of the fact that the Herculean ape hadn't noticed his intentions, he had to hurry. Of course, during this process, in order to confuse the Herculean ape, he chose a more complicated route, a bit like a headless fly. However, in reality, there was only one goal. When the Herculean ape saw Ling Xiao's unlucky appearance, it let out a complacent whisper. "Laugh, laugh. You won't be able to laugh later." Ling Xiao was really going all out. He didn't care about the consequences and ate the second Aura Chi pill. In any case, as long as he could survive, he would be able to obtain more Aura Chi pills. Once he died, no matter how many Aura Chi pills there were, it would be useless. The Herculean ape chased behind, but it seemed very relaxed. It didn't speed up at all. Sometimes, when it saw a butterfly flying by, it would even chase after it. Clearly, the Herculean ape, who had eaten its fill, was only left with playing. 10 miles, 8 miles, 6 miles. Ling Xiao was getting closer and closer to the building. Finally, when he was only a few hundred meters away from the ancient building, the Herculean ape became anxious. It seemed to know the terror of the building and knew that the building would obstruct it, so it instantly increased its speed. Previously, the distance between Ling Xiao and the Herculean ape was a full 6 miles. However, in this moment, Ling Xiao had rushed 100 meters, while the other party had rushed 5 miles. This speed was simply too terrifying. The Herculean ape didn't know how to fly, but a single jump could cover several miles. No wonder it wasn't worried that Ling Xiao would escape. It was only when it saw the building that it suddenly panicked. Ling Xiao had long known that the Herculean ape's speed was terrifying, but he was still taken aback. But at this moment he couldn't care less. He had to fight. He threw the last Aura Chi pill into his mouth. He rushed out like a madman. Boom! The moment he rushed out, the Herculean ape also landed on his original position. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, which then spread out in all directions. However, the strange thing was that when these cracks approached the dragon-shaped building, they couldn't continue forward. Who? Ling Xiao, who was lying on the ground completely exhausted, found that he had entered the dragon-shaped building. Although the Herculean ape was furious and wanted to charge in repeatedly, it was blocked by an invisible aura in the end. The Herculean ape stared at Ling Xiao for a while. In the end, it simply lay down at the entrance of the dragon-shaped building and fell asleep. It seemed to be saying, "If you have the ability, Don't ever come out, or I'll eat you. Ling Xiao didn't have the mood to argue with that guy at this time. He looked at the dark tunnel in the building. After thinking for a while, he stood up and slowly walked in. Although his body was exhausted because of the consumption, if he just lay at the entrance of the building to rest, he was afraid that it would be dangerous. So he wanted to find a safer place. Besides, he still had the strength to fight. It wasn't that he didn't have the ability to protect himself. As long as there wasn't another terrifying level 8 monster beast, he would be fine. Otherwise, he would simply choose to commit suicide. The dark tunnel couldn't stop Ling Xiao. With the mountain river martial spirit, his eyes could see things in the dark. This building is a bit strange. After walking for a while, Ling Xiao was surprised to find that the walls of the building were not made of brick, nor were they made of metal. This material looked more like animal bones and skin. It was just that it had been hardened. What was more strange than the building was the many bones along the way. There were bones of beasts, demonic beasts, and even humans. It was hard to tell how many living creatures had died here, but it seemed that they were from a long time ago. After all, it was impossible for corpses to completely turn into bones without a long time of decay. Hiss! So cold! Ling Xiao suddenly shivered. He was surprised to find that he didn't know when it started, but the tunnel had turned into layers of ice. The temperature suddenly dropped, and he had to use Gang Qi to resist the cold. Fortunately, the third Gang Qi pill hadn't been used up. Otherwise, he would have frozen to death. About 2 hours had passed. Ling Xiao directly knelt down. Why did he kneel? Because he saw a pool. This pool was emitting cold air. There were a large number of snow lotuses growing in it. There were 100 years, 200 years, even 500 years old, and thousands of years old. Of course, if it was only this, he wouldn't have knelt down. After all, although snow lotuses were the best ingredients for refining pills, at most he would be happy. The most important thing was that the water in this cold pond was not water. It was gold liquid. He couldn't be wrong. The pool emitting cold air was obviously made of liquid gold. The liquid gold inside was estimated to be at least 1,000,000 taels of gold, although he wasn't a very greedy person. But don't forget that he needed to consume gold to cultivate the 9 transformation golden body technique. Now that he encountered such a strange cold pool, how could he not be happy? What was that saying again? One who survives a great disaster is destined for good fortune. It seemed that this saying wasn't bluffing. Ling Xiao escaped from the mouth of the Herculean ape, accidentally broke into this building, and then found this strange cold pool of gold liquid. This was luck. Not to mention that this cold pool of gold liquid was necessary to improve the 9 transformation golden body technique. Just the cold pool of gold liquid could actually nurture golden snow lotuses, and there were as many as 10,000-year-old snow lotuses. In addition, there were many 500 and 800-year-old snow lotuses. This was enough to show the benefits of the cold pool of gold liquid. When Ling Xiao looked at the cold pool of gold liquid, the mountain river martial spirit had already started to analyze the composition of the cold pool of gold liquid and its advantages and disadvantages. The conclusion was that this thing not only didn't have the slightest harm to the body, it was also an excellent body tempering item. According to the mountain river martial spirit, this cold pool of gold liquid was actually a body tempering liquid produced by the golden divine dragon clan. It was this liquid that allowed the golden divine dragon clan to have the most terrifying strength and toughness of the dragon clan. Was there a need to doubt this? Ling Xiao shouted excitedly and then jumped into the cold pool of gold liquid. Chapter 68. Gurgle Gurgle. The moment he entered the frigid pool golden liquid, Ling Xiao actually felt the liquid entering his body through his pores and flowing through every single one of his blood vessels. The cold aura almost froze his blood vessels. He was shocked, and the image of the snow lotus chi technique appeared in his mind. The earth chi cultivated by the snow lotus chi technique belonged to the ice attribute, so the cold aura should be able to be absorbed. Thinking of this, he did not dare to be negligent and quickly circulated his earth chi according to the snow lotus chi technique. In the next moment, something surprising happened. The frost chi was completely absorbed by the snow lotus chi technique and then condensed into earth chi. The earth chi that he had lost was quickly replenished. Not only that, when he finished the first level of the snow lotus chi technique, his cultivation had completely stabilized at the peak of the fourth level of the martial vein. Although he was close before, there was still a gap. But now, in just a moment, he had reached the peak of the fourth level of the martial vein. Perhaps breaking through to the fifth level of the martial vein would not be a problem. Although the cold aura was absorbed, the golden liquid mixed in his blood made him very uncomfortable. In a hurry, Ling Xiao began to cultivate the 9 transformation golden body technique at the same time. Under normal circumstances, no one would cultivate 2 martial arts at the same time, because not only would they be distracted, they might not be able to improve either. But the situation was special, so Ling Xiao did not care so much. Sure enough, after the 9 transformation golden body technique began to circulate, the golden liquid in his body began to be absorbed by his body. Wonderful. It was simply wonderful. The cold aura was used to cultivate the snow lotus chi technique, greatly improving his earth chi. The golden liquid was used to cultivate the 9 transformation golden body technique, greatly improving his body's toughness. And his soul did not feel the slightest burden. It seemed that it had a lot to do with the frigid pool golden liquid. Because he had entered the soul imprint state, his soul was actually very tired. But after entering the frigid pool golden liquid, even his soul felt as if it was being nourished. It could be seen that in addition to the earth chi and the body, the frigid pool golden liquid could also strengthen the soul to a certain extent. It was a pity that he didn't have a soul cultivation secret technique. Otherwise, it would be even better. However, one should not be too greedy. The current situation could be said to be very good. It was already a great blessing for him. He closed his eyes and concentrated on cultivating the snow lotus chi technique and the 9 transformations golden body technique. They were all top-notch martial arts, and the feeling they gave off was completely different from high-grade martial arts. As time went by, the amount of frigid pool golden liquid decreased rapidly. If someone were to stand by the side, they would notice it. In just an hour or so, it had sunk down at least an inch. However, the result was that Ling Xiao's 2 top-notch martial arts were rapidly improving. The cold chi and the golden liquid were basically 50-50. So the chances of these 2 top-grade martial arts being upgraded were also 50-50. Another hour passed, and Ling Xiao's face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. He could feel that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. At this time, his snow lotus chi technique had already reached the 3rd level, which was the small success stage. He could clearly determine that his earth energy had reached an extremely terrifying level. In terms of quantity, even an ordinary 6th level martial vein martial artist would not be able to compare to him. The increase of the cold chi to the earth energy was simply too terrifying. At the same time, the 9 transformations golden body technique directly broke through the barrier and advanced from the 4th to the 5th transformation. The 5th transformation of the 9 transformations golden body technique was the small success stage of this top-notch defensive martial art. The body was extremely tough from the inside out and invulnerable to swords and spears. The small success stage of the 9 transformations golden body technique also raised his defense to the peak of the 5th level martial vein, or even stronger. His strength increased by about 300 pounds, and was currently close to 1,500 pounds. Previously, his attack power was the strongest, reaching the peak of the 5th level martial vein, but his defense power was relatively weak. But now, his defense power seemed to be stronger than his attack power. As long as he stabilized the 9 transformations golden body technique at the 5th transformation, it should be very easy to become invulnerable. Of course, guesses were just guesses. He still had to wait for the actual battle to know the result. However, he didn't have the time now. It wasn't easy to come to this place and obtain the frigid pool golden liquid. He didn't want to leave so soon. At the very least, he had to raise his cultivation to the 5th level martial vein and stabilize the 9 transformations golden body technique at the 5th transformation before leaving. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and continued to cultivate the Snow Lotus Chi technique and the 9 transformations golden body technique. He cultivated from day to night and from night to day. The Snow Lotus Chi technique smoothly entered the 5th level. The earth energy in his body continued to increase, but it still didn't reach the limit of a breakthrough. This was enough to show that the capacity of earth energy stored in his body was much larger than others. His current capacity had already reached the level of a martial artist at the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein. Of course, it was only a large amount, but there were also benefits to having a large amount. In many battles, it wasn't easy to determine the winner. The key to victory or defeat might be to see who had enough earth energy. No matter how good the pill was, it couldn't compare to the earth energy in the body. After another 2 hours, Ling Xiao felt that the earth energy in his body had reached a saturation point. It seemed that he could advance. In this state, he didn't need any pills to help him advance to the 5th level martial vein easily. But for safety's sake, he still plucked a 500-year-old snow lotus and ate it. As the snow lotus entered his body, the cold air quickly spread to his internal organs. Then it quickly turned into wisps of life energy. With these wisps of life energy protecting his heart meridians, even if he failed to break through or went berserk, he wouldn't die or go crazy. Breaking through was an extremely dangerous thing for any martial artist. Without the heart-protecting pill and meridian shielding pill, one had to rely on other things to protect his heart meridians. And the snow lotus was one of those things. Growing in an extremely cold place, its life energy was still so vibrant. It was enough to show how tenacious its life force was. The protective effect of this thing was much stronger than the heart-protecting pill and meridian shielding pill. Without thinking too much, Ling Xiao directly circulated the Snow Lotus Chi technique after eating the snow lotus and prepared to break through. Another day passed. At night, many wild beasts in the Dragon Submission Mountain range began to move. A huge Herculean ape sat outside a strange dragon-shaped building. Beside it was the Class 6 beast it had just killed. This was its dinner. It stared at the building. Damn, that little human still hadn't come out. It could clearly feel that guy's aura, but it couldn't enter. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying sound came from the building. The Herculean ape abruptly stood up and cried out in annoyance. Its intelligence was not lower than a human's, so it could understand that the human inside had broken through. Although it was still not its match, it understood that there must be something good inside this dragon-shaped building. Its eyes were scarlet as it suddenly threw a punch. Chapter 69. No matter how fierce the fist was, not only did it have no effect, it even caused the Herculean ape to feel pain all over its body. Ah! The Herculean ape was about to die from anger. It swore that after that human came out, it would capture him alive and force him to tell it how to enter this building. It guessed right. Ling Xiao had broken through. He had broken through from the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein to the 5th level of the martial vein. Moreover, because his aura was already saturated, this breakthrough had directly reached the late stage of the 5th level of the martial vein, close to the peak. His aura did not increase much, and was still around the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein. However, the quality of his aura had clearly increased, which caused his attack power to rise to the level of an early stage 6th level martial vein martial artist. His defense had also risen to the level of an early-stage 6th level martial vein martial artist. All of this was naturally told to him by the mountain and river martial spirits analysis ability. After all, he himself was a mortal with the naked eye, so it was impossible for him to see it so clearly. To be honest, even he himself was shocked by the scene of his breakthrough. It actually made an earth-shattering sound. Fortunately, there were no accidents. However, he had just broken through and was not stable enough in all aspects, so he did not stop and began to consolidate his cultivation. It was not easy for him to break through to the late stage of the 5th level of the martial vein. He had to stabilize his strength. If he was not stable, once he was injured, his cultivation would most likely drop greatly. After a long time, the night ushered in the day. Ling Xiao opened his eyes, which were bright and full of spirit. If someone looked carefully, they would discover that there seemed to be a world in Ling Xiao's pupils. At this moment, his cultivation had completely stabilized at the late stage of the 5th level of the martial vein. In terms of combat strength, he was no longer inferior to an early-stage 6th level martial vein martial artist. His endurance was even better. If he were to meet the 3 people who tried to kill him, he would be able to kill them all in an instant without any effort. In these 2 short days, his strength had increased by a terrifying amount. After advancing to the 5th level of the martial vein, the mountain and river martial spirit gave him a new ability, Martial Spirit Avatar. This ability could use aura to condense an avatar without self-consciousness. The avatar had 30% of the original body's strength. Of course, this was not important. The important thing was that after this avatar merged with the mountain and river martial spirits analysis ability, it could perfectly imitate any martial arts that Ling Xiao had seen before. This way, it would be easier to find a sparring partner in the future. This was the most important function of this clone. As for the battle, it only had 50% of his strength. Basically, it would not be of much use. In the current situation, he would probably only be able to display the strength of a martial artist at the early stage of the 3rd level of the martial vein. They weren't of much use in battle, but they could be used as scapegoats at critical moments. That was because the clone's aura was exactly the same as his. Furthermore, it could reform after being destroyed. There was no need to worry about it being destroyed. This could be considered as one more life-saving method. I've already been here for nearly 3 days. The finals are about to begin. I have to think of a way to get out. Although he really wanted to persist in cultivating here, the grand finals meant a lot to him. Besides, he had the mountain river world. He could move the frigid pool golden liquid and the snow lotus into the mountain river world. He could still cultivate when he returned. Therefore, there was no time to waste. However, when Ling Xiao reached the exit, his brows furrowed tightly. Damned Herculean ape! I've already waited for so long, but it still refuses to be powerful. Do I really want to wait until I die of old age? Although he felt very uncomfortable in his heart, Ling Xiao had no other choice. Even if his strength had increased greatly now, it was basically impossible for him to escape from the hands of the Herculean ape. Helpless, he might as well go back and continue cultivating. Perhaps he could take advantage of this opportunity to raise his cultivation to the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein and raise the 9 transformation golden body technique to the 6th transformation. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and went back to cultivate again. He jumped back into the frigid pool golden liquid. Ling Xiao still followed the previous steps to cultivate the snow lotus chi art and the 9 transformation golden body technique at the same time. The former was more difficult to raise after the 5th level. The latter was also more difficult to raise after the 5th transformation. Fortunately, he had the frigid pool golden liquid. Otherwise, who knew when he would be able to raise it? The golden liquid and cold air entered his body at the same time, and then were absorbed by the 2 top-notch martial arts at the same time, constantly transforming Ling Xiao's body. In addition, there was a faint aura that entered Ling Xiao's soul, constantly strengthening his soul. He could feel that the strength of his soul was more than twice that of an ordinary person. The direct benefit of a strong soul was an increase in comprehension, courage, and willpower. Of course, if there was a soul-type secret technique to cultivate, it would be even better, because then soul force could be used as an attack. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours, As the mountain river martial spirit sped up, Ling Zhao's cultivation speed also increased. Every cell in his body was crying out in joy. Legend had it that in ancient times there was a supreme being who had studied the human body and found that there were 100 trillion cells in the human body of this world. Every second, there were more than 100 million cells that died and were reborn. And the end of cultivation was to transform all the cells into energy cells. At that level, as long as a single cell survived, the martial artist would not die. But this kind of research was only a legend, and no one had really verified it. At this time, Ling Xiao could clearly feel that the cells in his body were undergoing some special changes. One of the cells gradually turned golden and became indestructible. The most terrifying thing was that this cell's change directly increased Ling Xiao's physical strength by 50 kilograms. What kind of concept was this? Bang! The second cell turned golden, and his strength increased by 50 kilograms. The third, the fourth. When the fifth cell turned golden, it finally stopped. It seemed that the higher the level, the more energy it required. Ling Xiao had not reached that level yet, but just 5 cells turned golden, and Ling Xiao's strength increased by 500 kilograms. His strength had reached the terrifying level of 2,000 kilograms. Unknowingly, time flew by, and 2 days passed in a hurry. And Ling Xiao's Snow Lotus Chi technique had reached the 6th level. Although his cultivation did not advance further, it could be considered that he had completely stabilized at the late 5th level of the martial vein. What was surprising was that the 9 transformation golden body technique had actually broken through from the 5th to the 6th transformation. The 5th transformation was a small success, and the 6th transformation was a new starting point. The improvement obtained was more terrifying than the previous 5 stages combined. After all, the first 5 transformations were only the foundation. It was the small success realm, and it was a passive increase in defense. Once cultivated to the 6th transformation, the strong body was not only invulnerable, but it could also be used to perform various martial skills. Turning defense into offense, this was interesting. To put it bluntly, his 9 transformation golden body technique was not only a defensive martial art, but also an offensive martial art. It was similar to the Vajra palm, but it was stronger. The only shortcoming was the lack of changes, which was still quite far from the meteor fist. But no matter what, Ling Xiao, who had cultivated to the 6th transformation, could not break through his defense when facing a martial artist of the same level. Unless the opponent was a heavenly genius, had a special weapon, or a special martial art, it was impossible to hurt him. Chapter 70. The rapid improvement of his strength made Ling Xiao very happy. However, when he came to the exit of the building again to check the situation, the happy expression on his face disappeared. Novel! Damn the Herculean ape. It seemed that it was determined to waste time with him and would not leave no matter what. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and finally gave up the idea of breaking out. The peak of the 8th level monster was definitely comparable to the 9th level of the martial vein. It was absolutely impossible for him to break out. There was only one result if he broke out, that was death. Alas, do I have to give up on the finals? Ling Xiao was really unwilling. His strength had improved to the point where he was confident that he could win the finals. He did not believe that Ling Fifan could be stronger than him. However, the reality made him choose to compromise. His life was still the most important. If he lost his life, then he did not need to think about anything else. In desperation, he returned to the cold pool again and simply continued to cultivate. Anyway, he had nothing to do, so he had to consolidate his current strength. In the following time, he continued to cultivate the Snow Lotus art of Qi and the 9 transformation golden body technique. Although the improvement speed was much slower now, it was still much faster than the ordinary cultivation speed. To be honest, if it was not for the fact that there was only one day left before the finals, he really wanted to stay here for a while. In this last day, Ling Xiao basically went out to check the situation after cultivating for an hour. Although he knew that the Herculean ape would not give way to him, he still had some expectations in his heart. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. It was already the day of the finals, but the Herculean ape was still guarding the exit and did not have any intention of leaving. In the face of this situation, Ling Xiao was extremely helpless. After a day of consolidation, although he did not make a breakthrough in the 2 top-level martial arts, there was an obvious improvement. In addition, the golden cells in his body had increased from 5 to 6. The speed was obviously a lot slower than before. However, even if there was an increase of 1, it was an increase of 100 pounds of strength, which was definitely of great help to the battle. In addition, as the frigid pool golden liquid continued to refine his body, he realized that his bones had turned golden yellow. Although his blood was still red, it was obviously more active than before. Originally, he had been bullied all year round, and there were more or less hidden injuries in his body that had not been healed. But this time, with the help of the frigid pool golden liquid, all of them were healed. He had the strength. All he needed now was a chance to prove himself. He didn't want to keep waiting like this, so he moved the rest of the cold pool golden liquid to the village in the mountain river world. He also moved all the golden snow lotuses there. At this time, the number of farmers in his village had increased to 5. Each of them had their own duties and helped each other, so they were able to do things in an orderly manner. After doing this, he began to look around the building, hoping to find another exit. At the same time, Tianfeng City, Ling family's ancestral home, the venue for the finals of the annual competition, had already been set up. A large number of disciples had gathered here. Today, the clan had given everyone a day off. Everyone could put down their work and watch the competition. After all, this kind of competition was very helpful to these disciples. As the time of the finals was getting closer and closer, more than 100 genius disciples had already arrived at the venue. Genius Hall's 2nd place, Ling Yun. Genius Hall's 3rd place, Ling Shuang. Genius Hall's 4th place, Ling Zhan. Elite Hall's disciples, Ling Yihang and Ling Yixue, who had made it to the finals. However, until 15 minutes before the start of the competition, there were still 2 people who had not arrived. One was Genius Hall's 1st place, Ling Fifen. The other was the bottom disciple, Ling Xiao. This situation caused many people to feel strange. However, everyone was talking about Ling Fifen the most. As for Ling Xiao, only a few people cared about him. The competition is about to start. Why isn't Ling Xiao here yet? Did he forget about the competition? Ling Yixue was probably the one who cared about Ling Xiao the most. Although the 2 of them didn't have much interaction, some friends really didn't need to interact too much. After the end of the elimination competition, Ling Yixue could be said to have suffered a big blow, so she cultivated even more desperately. Now, she had also successfully advanced to the 4th level of the martial vein. However, she knew in her heart that there were many experts in the finals. Her request wasn't high. As long as she could stay in the Genius Hall, it would be enough. The 110 participating disciples were all seated according to their rankings. The first row was for the top 10 of the Genius Hall. Among these 10 people, except for Ling Fifen, who didn't appear, the rest were actually at the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein, and the top 4 were actually at the 5th level of the martial vein. The most terrifying was still Ling Yihang. This guy was even more shocked than Ling Yixue in the elimination competition. However, he wasn't the kind of person who gave up easily. It was unknown what kind of crazy training he received or what kind of fortuitous encounter he had. In just 7 days, he actually advanced from the early fourth level of the Marshall vein to the peak of the fourth level of the Marshall vein. Although his cultivation wasn't as good as the top four of the Genius Hall, he was stronger than the rest. Moreover, his eyes were shining with a strange light. Looking at Ling Yun and the others, his eyes were filled with strong confidence. The finals are about to start. Why aren't the number one of the Genius Hall, Ling Fifan, and the number one of the elimination competition, Ling Xiao, here yet? Yeah, there's less than 15 minutes left. Once they miss the time, they won't be able to participate. What a pity. I wanted to see how far that dark horse could go. The bottom disciples basically regarded Ling Xiao as their hero. Therefore, they paid special attention to Ling Xiao. Until now, Ling Xiao still hadn't appeared. This made them a little anxious. Not only that, even the judges who saw Ling Xiao become the number one of the elimination competition were anxious about Ling Xiao's absence. That child's talent is not bad. If he can participate in the competition, he should be able to enter the top 10. What happened? The one who was talking to himself was the head judge of the elimination competition. And today's finals, he was still the judge. However, the head judge was the Ling family's patriarch, Ling Xiaotian. Hee, looks like the 3 black scarf bandits succeeded. It was worth the money I spent to hire assassins. Ling 13, who was sitting in the guest seat, had a sinister look in his eyes. Ling Xiao didn't appear. He thought that he had succeeded in hiring assassins. However, the black scarf bandits didn't come to ask for compensation. This made him feel a little uneasy. Could it be that they died together? That would be the best. He could save a lot of money. Dragon Submission Mountain Range. Inside the dragon-shaped ancient building, Ling Xiao was seizing his last chance to find a way out of this place. At this point, the finals were about to start in less than 15 minutes. But he was blocked by that hateful Herculean ape in this building, unable to get out. Even so, he wasn't willing to give up his last chance. Even if it was a 1 in a million chance, he still had to work hard. He had such determination in his character. It could also be said that he wouldn't give up until all hope was gone. However, his achievements today were inseparable from his spirit of not giving up until he reached the Yellow River. Chapter 71. Ao. Just as he was struggling to find a way out, the Herculean ape outside suddenly made a strange sound. Ling Xiao didn't think much and immediately went to the exit. The reason why he couldn't leave here was because the Herculean ape was blocking the way. If something happened to the Herculean ape, then he might have to leave. When he came to the exit, Ling Xiao was surprised to find that the Herculean ape was confronting a person at this time. That's right, a person. A woman wearing a blue dress and a blue veil. Her face couldn't be seen clearly. This person just stood there. She stood in midair. The air under her feet seemed to be solid. The Herculean ape's hair all stood up. It had long lost the energy to pay attention to the dragon-shaped building. It didn't have the mind to pay attention to Ling Xiao. Although he couldn't see her face, Ling Xiao could see that this woman's age was definitely not more than 30 years old. Her hands were as white as jade, as if they were carefully carved out of natural white jade. Evil creature, you better leave quickly. I don't want to kill you. The woman's red lips opened slightly. That voice was simply like the sound of nature. It was not only pleasant to hear, but it also seemed to have a special magic that could make people feel very comfortable and comfortable. Ao. The Herculean ape's dignity seemed to be challenged. A mere little human actually dared to warn him like this. It was really intolerable. But he didn't dare to make a move easily because that little human emitted a terrifying aura. Sai, why do you have to do this? It's not easy for you to grow up. The woman sighed softly. It seemed that she really didn't want to fight with the Herculean ape. Ling Xiao was stunned at this time. How big of a heart this woman had. That was the Herculean ape. a peak level 8 demon beast, the Herculean ape. This woman actually seemed to be talking to an ornamental pet. Ah, woo! The Herculean ape was angry. No human had ever dared to look down on him like this. Previously, the human was chased into the dragon-shaped building and didn't dare to come out. This person would be the target to vent his anger. It roared and rushed up. In an instant, it was in front of the woman. Be careful! After all, Ling Xiao was still a pure-hearted person. Encountering such a situation, he still couldn't help but cry out. Of course, he was just reminding her. He knew that he couldn't save that woman. Therefore, the only thing he could do was to remind him. The blue-clothed woman was about to be smashed into meat paste by the Herculean divine ape. The woman moved. However, it was only a slight movement of her jade hand. That jade-like hand drew a beautiful arc in the air and then lightly pointed. That Herculean ape actually let out a miserable cry, and a bizarre green light shot out from the back of the ape's head. That finger actually directly pierced through the Herculean divine ape's head. That was the Herculean divine ape. 8th level peak demonic beast, Herculean ape. He actually died just like that. He crashed heavily onto the ground, his body devoid of any signs of life. Ling Xiao was stunned. What's wrong with this woman? How could he be so powerful? Could it be an expert at the peak of the 9th level martial vein? Thanks for the reminder. The woman glanced at Ling Xiao and smiled. As a thank you, I'll leave this Herculean divine ape's corpse to you. Goodbye. Ling Xiao stood there in a daze, not responding. The woman had long since left, but Ling Xiao still did not have any reaction. He was not tempted by her beauty, but because at this moment a video was playing over and over again on the mountain and river diagram. The blue-clothed woman killed the Herculean divine ape with a single finger. Although the process seemed simple after the mountain and river diagram slowed down, Ling Xiao could almost clearly see that the woman had done a lot of things in the instant she made her move. After a long while, he suddenly opened his eyes. Originally, he wanted to let his martial spirit avatar demonstrate the power of that finger, but after thinking about it, he decided to forget about it. Although the finals might have already begun if he rushed back, the delay wasn't long, so there was still a chance. He threw the Herculean divine ape's corpse into the mountain and river world, then used the soaring cloud steps. Flood dragon transformation to soar into the air, rushing in the direction of the Ling family. At this moment, his speed was nearly twice as fast as when he had arrived. As he flew, the flood dragon's shadow turned a faint gold color, looking very cool. As for the blue-clothed woman's identity, he did not make any wild guesses. Although he was only a little beggar in Tianfeng City, beggars also had their benefits. He had heard many stories about them. Northern Han was too big. Outside of Tianfeng City, there were many experts, many from clans that were much stronger than the Ling family. As for Northern Han, it was only one of the weaker countries in this world. The world was too big. He really wanted to go out and take a look, but now was not the time. The current him needed to first establish himself in the Ling family and raise his strength to a level that could not be raised before going out. In fact, Ling Xiao did not realize that his strength had increased by a lot compared to when he first arrived. It must be known that the Herculean divine ape was at least 3,000 jin, yet he was able to lift it up and throw it into the mountain and river world. This meant that his strength was no less than 3,000 jin. When an ordinary martial artist reached the peak of the 5th layer of the martial vein, their strength would be around 1,500 jin. And because he had broken through to the 6th layer of the 9 transformations golden body technique, his physical strength was around 1,000 jin more than an ordinary martial artist. In addition, his 6 golden cells had increased. His strength had already broken through to 3,000 jin. This was twice the strength of an ordinary martial artist. Against martial artists of the same cultivation level, He didn't even need to use stellar energy. He could rely on pure strength to firmly suppress them. Previously, because the Herculean divine ape was chasing him, he did not encounter any attacks from other demonic beasts when he arrived at the dragon-shaped building. However, it was different when he returned. On the way back, he encountered many demonic beasts. In order to save time, Ling Xiao avoided them as much as possible. However, there was a flying demonic beast that was even faster than him, making it impossible for him to avoid it. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish," Ling Xiao coldly shouted. Following the direction of the flying demonic beast, he clashed head-on with the flying demonic beast. He did not use any aura qi, only pure strength combined with his alloy body. As a result, the flying demonic beast was smashed into pieces on the spot. That was a level 5 demonic beast. Although it was only a level 5 low-level demonic beast, it was equivalent to a martial artist at the late stage of the 5th layer of the martial vein. In addition, the demonic beast's body was relatively strong. It was actually unable to block his crazy collision. This collision probably frightened many demonic beasts, and the rest of the journey was much calmer. In less than an hour, Ling Xiao had already arrived at the Ling family. He did not have time to change his clothes. He only used the realm template and hid his strength at the peak of the 4th layer of the martial vein. After all, many people thought that he was a martial artist at the peak of the 3rd layer of the martial vein. Now that he had broken through to the 4th layer of the martial vein, it was already very terrifying. If others knew that his true realm was at the late stage of the 5th layer of the martial vein, close to the peak, it would not be fun. After all, what he needed now was to hone his combat skills and temporarily suppress his strength at this level before he could truly hone his skills. Chapter 72. When Ling Xiao arrived at the arena, the finals had already been going on for nearly an hour. The finals used a challenge system. In other words, the 110 people participating in the finals could challenge someone with a higher ranking according to their original ranking. However, there was a limit. One challenge could not exceed 10 people at a time. This was also to prevent a martial artist from being tagged along. After all, the total amount of earth energy of the current Prodigy Hall disciples was not much. If they were continuously challenged, the possibility of losing was relatively high. In addition, only the lower-ranked could challenge the higher-ranked. This was to prevent the higher-ranked disciples from taking revenge and deliberately humiliating the lower-ranked disciples. According to such rules, even if one came an hour late, it would not affect the overall rhythm of the competition. Ling Yihang challenged Ling Dapeng and won. He is currently ranked 6th. Ling Xiaoyan's voice rang out in the arena. As the patriarch of the Ling clan and a top expert of the Ling clan, the importance of this competition could be seen from the fact that he could personally preside over the finals. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked. In the vast arena, there was only one battle stage. However, this battle stage was obviously larger than the previous ones, and the protective wall was stronger. It was estimated that during the elimination round, Ling Yihang and Ling Zhao's battle, the battle stage was destroyed, which made the upper echelons of the Ling clan uneasy. Therefore, for safety, the protective wall was strengthened. The 110 participating disciples were supposed to be sitting near the battle stage, but at this moment there were 2 empty chairs. One belonged to Ling Fifan, the other belonged to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao noticed that Ling Yihang, Ling Yixue, Ling Taizhou, and Ling Fei had already challenged because their rankings had entered the top 100. Ling Yihang had even risen to 6th place. Ling Yixue's ranking had also entered the top 20. Referees, disciple Ling Xiao came late because he encountered some troublesome matters. I hope you can give him a chance. Ling Xiao knew that he was late, so he was naturally in the wrong. No matter what the reason was, being late was definitely not good, so his attitude was more sincere and humble. Hey, Ling Xiao is here, the disciple who ranked first in the elimination round. Damn, How did his cultivation level rise to the peak of the 4th level of the Marshall vein? His improvement is too fast. I'm late. He's probably cultivating. Ling Fifan hadn't arrived yet, so Ling Zhao's appearance naturally attracted many people's attention. A country has its laws, and a family has its rules. No matter how good your results are in the elimination round, since you're late, it means that you've given up on your own accord. You're no longer qualified to participate. Although the head judge thought highly of Ling Xiao, he could not help but shake his head. If a family had no rules, then it would not be able to last long. It would be the beginning of chaos. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Although he had already expected this, he was still a little disappointed when he heard this result. How could he not be disappointed? If he had obtained first place, he would have been able to enter the library pavilion to steal books. What he urgently needed now was a set of top-notch martial skills and a top-notch soul cultivation secret method, but he currently didn't have any of them. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, another figure suddenly appeared, directly leaping over the crowd and flying to the first place. It is Ling Fifan. What a powerful movement technique! Genius Hall's first place is indeed the first place. Too cool! But he's late. Can he continue to participate in the competition? I don't think so. Ling Xiao can't participate. If he can participate, then wouldn't he be breaking the rules? What qualifications does Ling Xiao have to compete with Ling Fifan? The first place of the elimination round is just the first place of the trash. How can he be compared with the first place of the Genius Hall? Hearing such discussions, Ling Xiao's footsteps stopped. He wanted to see what the higher-ups of the Ling family were going to do. Ha ha ha, Fifan, you're late, but it doesn't matter, you're a special one. The rules can't restrict you. The head judge saw Ling Fifan. His face revealed a smile and laughed. Thank you, head judge. Thank you, judges. Ling Fifan did not get up. He just sat there and cupped his hands. That arrogant attitude made it seem like he was already the first master of the Ling family. Wait, Ling Xiao suddenly shouted. Head judge, I thought you were going by the book. That Ling Fifan came later than me. He is qualified to participate in the competition. Why am I not qualified? The head judge was a little embarrassed. He was about to say something, but one of the judges sneered. Who do you think you are? Ling Fifan is the first place of the Genius Hall, the first genius of the Ling family, related to the prosperity of the Ling family. The future of the Ling family is tied to him. We naturally have to give him a chance. Do you think you are qualified to compete with him? That's right. Before Ling Xiao could say anything, another voice sounded. It was Ling Shi-san who was in the audience. Ling Shi-san's face was very gloomy. He stood up and said, Everyone knows that Fifan is the key disciple of the Ling family. He has special privileges in the Ling family. Ling Xiao, you're not even qualified to carry his shoes. How dare you compare with him? Ling Xiao frowned. This person was truly shameless to the extreme. He was almost sure that the person who bribed the black scarf thief to kill him was Ling Shi-san. He had not settled the score with Ling Shi-san yet. This person dared to be so unforgiving. It seems that this Ling Shi-san must be eliminated as soon as possible. Yeah, who is Ling Xiao, a bottom disciple? He got first place in the elimination round by using tricks. Does he not know the immensity of heaven and earth? That's right. There is no absolute fairness in this world. If you want to give you special privileges, you have to beat Ling Fifan. Ha ha ha, he wants to beat Ling Fifan. I'm afraid he can't even beat Ling Yan. In the family, there were a lot of people who were gloating. After all, a dark horse like Ling Xiao, who came from the bottom, was not liked by the privileged. Naturally, they would hit him when he was down. Humph! Suddenly, a cold snort sounded. The second master of the Ling family stood up. He squinted his eyes and glanced at the crowd, and immediately many people were silent. Just now, I heard someone say that a country has its own laws, and a family has its own rules. If Ling Fifan can break the rules, why can't Ling Xiao? If you all treat everyone equally, then let Ling Fifan withdraw from this finals. The second master of the Ling family had wanted to rope in Ling Fifan, but he was rejected because Ling Fifan was arrogant and did not put anyone in his eyes except for his grandfather. And he had succeeded in roping in Ling Xiao, so at this time he naturally had to speak up for Ling Xiao. How can you say that, second brother? Ling Fifan is a white jade, and Ling Xiao is just a stubborn rock. How can they be compared? Ling Ju stood up and objected. Enough! Ling Xiaotian could not stand it anymore, and as soon as he spoke, all the discussion stopped. Ling Xiao, I can give you a chance. Among these 110 people, as long as you can beat any one of them, I will let you participate in the finals, okay? As the patriarch and the number one fighter in the family, Ling Xiaotian's judgment was not bad. He did not want to offend Ling Fifan, and also did not want to offend Ling Xiao. Chapter 73. This, Ling 13 and Ling Jiu did not look too good. They did not expect Ling Xiaotian to speak up for Ling Xiao. However, they did not dare to disobey Ling Xiaotian's words. Thank you, Lord Patriarch, for giving Ling Xiao this opportunity. Ling Xiao's face was filled with surprise. However, Ling Fifan frowned slightly, as if he was dissatisfied that someone could enjoy the same privilege as him. Ling Fifan glanced at Ling 13 intentionally. He knew that Ling 13 had hired assassins to kill Ling Jiu. 3 experts from the Black Scarf Bandits failed to kill Ling Xiao. This Ling Xiao was not as simple as he looked. Ling Fifan touched his chin and fell into deep thought. At this time, Ling 13's mind was in a mess. He knew the strength of the 3 Black Scarf Bandits, but they still failed to kill Ling Xiao. How strong was Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao, the head judge said in a deep voice. Now go up the stage. There will be martial artists who will challenge you. If you win, you can participate in the finals. If you lose, stop talking nonsense. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Ling Xiao nodded. To be exact, there were 109 people. Except for Ling Fifan, Ling Xiao was confident that he could win. It was just that the difficulty was different. Therefore, he was not worried. Then go. Yes. With a light leap, Ling Xiao arrived on the battle stage. He then cupped his hands and said, Please enlighten me. Ling Yihang's gaze collided with Ling Xiao's, and both of them smiled at each other. Although Ling Xiao had defeated Ling Yihang in the knockout round, Ling Yihang did not hold grudges. However, Ling Yihang was a person who did not hold grudges. He was very free and easy, wholeheartedly focused on becoming stronger. He was a real martial arts fanatic. Then he looked at Ling Yixue again. Ling Yixue's eyes revealed some gentleness and care. Ling Xiao nodded to express his gratitude. The two of them didn't speak much, but their relationship had unknowingly become closer. Since there is no one, let me test your strength. A moment later, a person stood out from the crowd. He happened to be the 5th in the second row. In other words, he was currently ranked 15th in the Genius Hall. How should I address you, senior brother? Ling Xiao cupped his hands and asked. What are you talking about? You're about to leave anyway. The 15th ranked disciple seemed to be very impatient with Ling Xiao, which made Ling Xiao somewhat puzzled. He didn't seem to have offended this person. That person must be Ling Ji. He seems to be a loyal fan of senior brother Fifan. No wonder. Ling Xiao actually got the same privilege as senior brother Fifan. He must be unhappy. Ling Ji was 3 years older than Ling Xiao. He was 16 years old this year. His muscles were well developed and extremely sturdy. He specialized in defensive martial arts, and his cultivation was at the early 4th level of the martial vein. Under normal circumstances, even a martial artist at the middle 4th level of the martial vein would not be willing to fight with him. Think about it. When you hit the opponent would not feel pain at all. Instead, you would be tired to death. That was not a very pleasant feeling. Just because of your words, I won't let you off the stage. This year's finals, you're finished. Ling Xiao was not a kind person, especially when the beggar's relatives were killed and he was hired to assassinate. This kind of thing made his temperament become tenacious and resolute. If you were always soft-hearted, others would think that you were easy to bully. Brat, you'll pay the price for your words. Don't think that I'm afraid of you just because I'm at the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein. Ling Ji faced Ling Xiao without the slightest fear. In his opinion, Ling Xiao's realm was much higher, but he was not as old as him. His strength and combat experience were definitely not as good as his. Ling Ji is fighting. Ling Xiao is in trouble. Even Ling Yihang did not dare to challenge senior brother Ling Ji because senior brother Ling Ji's top defensive martial arts is too terrifying. He has already cultivated it to the small success stage. That's right. Ling Ji once exhausted a martial artist at the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein to death. What's the use of the opportunity given by the patriarch? He still has to get lost. Ling Ji's fight made many people who did not like Ling Xiao excited. Although Ling Xiao's realm was higher, they believed that Ling Xiao's combat experience was better. However, they believed that Ling Ji's battle experience was stronger. Even if he couldn't win easily, he could still exhaust Ling Xiao to death. Tyrant Fist. Ling Ji used a high-level martial arts technique. However, this martial arts technique was a little special. Its power was increased according to one's defensive power. Ling Ji specialized in cultivating a top-level defensive martial arts. When combined with the Tyrant Fist, the power it exerted would not be lower than a top-level martial arts. When he punched out, his entire body emitted a black iron-like light. His fist was also wrapped in a black color, as if it was tough steel, emitting a metallic luster. The power of this punch was probably not inferior to a small success stage top-level martial arts. It was actually a large success stage high-level martial arts. No wonder. In addition to the enhancement of the defensive martial arts itself, its power was indeed not inferior to a small success stage top-level martial arts. Ling Xiao was a little excited because his opponent's combination gave him some hints. Just like the set of martial arts he first cultivated, each martial arts did not exist independently. If they were combined well, they could improve each other. Senior brother Ling Ji's punch is not small. I'm afraid it's not inferior to a martial artist at the late 4th level of the martial vein. That's right. Even if this punch can't defeat Ling Xiao, it can make Ling Xiao suffer a little and let him know that there is always someone better than him. The disciples of the Genius Hall knew more about Ling Ji. At this time, they were naturally more optimistic about Ling Ji, so they were very partial to Ling Ji when discussing. Ling Xiao smiled and casually reached out his hand to greet her. He did not use any martial arts technique. He did not use Gangqi. He just simply reached out his hand. This scene surprised everyone on the scene. He did not even use any martial arts technique to block this punch. Did Ling Xiao think he was Ling Fifan? Even Ling Fifan did not dare to look down on his opponent like this. Good boy, you dare to look down on me. Ling Ji was angry. He had only met one person who had defeated him like this, and that was Ling Fifan. Since then, he had prostrated himself before Ling Fifan. He did not want to see a second person like this. No one could replace Ling Fifan's position in his heart. I'll cripple you. Originally, Ling Ji had reserved some Gangqi for the next challenge. However, he was now forced to use all of his strength because of Ling Xiao's contempt. At that moment, his whole body skin turned iron black, and his whole body was like a sculpture made of black iron. Boom! Get out of here! On the stage, Ling Xiao was still motionless, while Ling Ji rushed up with extreme speed. Then their fists collided. Ling Ji's terrifying Gangqi sputtered in all directions, and the protective wall of the stage was obviously distorted. Fortunately, it had been strengthened, so it was not damaged. Ling Ji's face was full of fanaticism. However, the next result was hard for him to accept. Crack, crack, crack. That was the sound of bones breaking. Ling Ji's expression changed from fanaticism and anger to horror and pain. The bones in his arms were broken, all the way to his shoulders. Although he did not fly out, the bones in his arms were all broken. Chapter 74. As I said, you will pay for what you said. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Ji, whose arms were broken and could not continue to fight, and said lightly. Ling Ji did not speak, because he still did not understand what had happened. He felt like he had bumped into a giant elephant instead of a person. Just one move. In fact, it was not even one move, because Ling Xiao did not use any martial arts moves at all. In a battle between warriors, only one move could be counted as one move if one used martial arts moves. In this battle, Ling Xiao could be said to have won in a crushing way. Everyone in the audience was surprised. Even Ling Fifan, who did not pay much attention to Ling Xiao, looked at Ling Xiao a few more times. Ling Xiao's realm was higher than Ling Ji's, so he might have a 60 to 70% chance of winning. But it would definitely be a Pyrrhic victory. However, no one expected that Ling Xiao would win so easily without using any martial arts moves. He just waved his fist casually. This Ling Xiao is not simple. His strength is terrifying. Well, you can't fight him head-on, or you will definitely be at a disadvantage. I hate this kind of opponent with terrifying strength the most. Oh no, I hope he will not challenge me in the future. Ling Xiao, through the challenge, you are qualified to participate in the finals. Since you have defeated Ling Ji, you will sit on Ling Ji's seat. People of the medicine hall, take Ling Ji to treat his injuries. Ordinary people could not see it, but the judge's eyesight was not bad. They clearly found that Ling Ji's arms were broken, and he could not continue to participate in the finals. This Ling Xiao really did what he said. He was ruthless and decisive. The one who was the most flustered at this moment was probably Ling 13. He did not expect Ling Xiao to be so decisive and ruthless. If Ling Xiao knew that he was the one who hired the assassin, it would be strange if he did not take revenge. To Ling Xiao, defeating Ling Ji was nothing more than a simple display of strength. He looked at Ling Fifan's position, and a cold smile appeared on his face. You all think that Ling Fifan is stronger than me and more talented than me, so you give him special privileges. I wonder what kind of face you will change after I defeat him. In the end, he was still treated unfairly today. Because Ling Fifan did not go through this process, he was still qualified to enter the finals. His heart was not happy. However, he didn't say anything. There was no point in ranting. It was better to use the results to shut those people up. Thinking of this, he walked to the 5th chair in the 2nd row and sat down. His and Ling Fifan's appearance did not affect the finals at all. Originally, it was a competition for 110 people. Now, it was just that the number of people had gathered. Although it was said that the top 100 would receive generous rewards, the higher the ranking, the better the rewards. Especially the top 3, they would be rewarded with Aura Chi pills and top-notch martial arts. Therefore, the competition for the top 3 would be the fiercest. Presumably, other than the unfathomable Ling Fifan, the rest of the people probably wouldn't be willing to easily let go of this opportunity to obtain the top-level martial arts. Ling Xiao was no exception, and it was obvious that the higher the ranking, the higher the status in the family, and the more privileges they would receive. In the Genius Hall, Ling Fifan, who was ranked first, had a higher status than most of the elders in the Ling family. Ling Xiao did not care about the status, but he believed that with the privileges, it would be more helpful for his future cultivation. Just now, Ling Xiao's late arrival affected the progress of the finals. I will reiterate the rules here. Everyone has 5 chances to challenge, and only 5 chances. Every time you use it, you will have 1 less chance. In addition, if you succeed in 2 consecutive challenges, You will not be restricted by the ranking. You can challenge anyone who is ranked in front of you. The chief judge stood up and said loudly, "Did you all hear it clearly?" "Yes, we heard it clearly." "Good. In that case, let's continue with the finals." Although Ling Xiao came late, the rules of the finals were not complicated. He understood it easily. Those who were ranked lower could challenge those who were ranked higher. In the first 2 challenges, they could only challenge 10 people at most. If they succeeded in 2 consecutive challenges, then this restriction would be lifted. If they succeeded in a challenge, they would automatically receive the challenged's ranking. And the challenged would have to challenge others again to obtain the ranking. Everyone had 5 challenges. Regardless of whether they won or lost, they would lose 1 challenge opportunity after each challenge. So, in this competition, other than testing the disciples' combat power, it was also testing their judgment. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. If you didn't even know your opponent and recklessly challenged, then it would not work. This was a competition within the family, so no one would die. At most, they would be seriously injured. But once they were in the Jianghu, if they accidentally kicked an iron plate, they would really die. In addition, the ranking challenge was carried out by the disciples who were ranked in the elimination round. But this challenge was not included in the 5 challenge opportunities. It could be considered as a simple ranking battle. After all, they were ranked in the elimination round, so they had to be ranked together with the previous 100 disciples of the Genius Hall. After that, it would be the challenges from the back to the front. Before Ling Xiao came, the disciples who were ranked in the elimination round had finished their challenges, and the challenges from the back to the front had reached the 90th rank. There was one more point. One could choose to forfeit the challenge opportunity. This way, they would lose 1 challenge opportunity, but they wouldn't be humiliated. For disciples who didn't have much ambition, this was actually very suitable. However, from the 100th to the 100th rank, it was a rather intense stage. In order to enter the Genius Hall, these 10 disciples wouldn't waste any challenge opportunity. It was a pity that Ling Xiao came late and missed this exciting stage. From the 100th to the 50th rank, many people would choose to forfeit. Especially for the 100th rank, if he didn't have absolute confidence, he would definitely not challenge. Anyway, he had already maintained his ranking and was a disciple of the Genius Hall. He wasn't confident in his own strength, so he wouldn't embarrass himself. So this stage was very fast. After the 50th rank, the challenges became more intense. In fact, from the 50th to the 11th rank, there wasn't much difference in strength, so no one was willing to concede. Naturally, the challenges were very intense. Other than Ling Yihong, Ling Xiao, Ling Yixue, and Ling Yixue, only Ling Taizhou had entered the top 50. He was ranked 48th, which wasn't too high or too low. The rest were all ranked after the 50th rank. The disciples of the Genius Hall were indeed the disciples of the Genius Hall. Even if it was the top 10 of the Elite Hall, it would be very difficult for them to reach the front. Only a few people could do it. Ling Yihong was ranked 6th, Ling Xiao was ranked 15th, and Ling Yixue was ranked 19th. These 3 people were the most anticipated of the top 10 of the elimination round. Generally speaking, the top 20 of the Genius Hall were all at the early 4th level of the martial vein. The top 10 of the Genius Hall were all at the middle 4th level of the martial vein. The top 5 of the Genius Hall were all at the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein. Of course, this was only a rough estimate. After all, strength was only a rough estimate. It was very normal for those with lower cultivation to rely on experience to defeat those with higher cultivation. The Genius Hall was indeed worthy of being called the Genius Hall. They were a group of monsters. Many people had some breakthroughs in these 7 days, although they weren't as terrifying as Ling Xiao. The top 20 could be considered a stage. Everyone was working hard to fight for the top 10. Ling Yixue's goal wasn't as high as Ling Xiao's. She set a goal for herself to be in the top 10. Chapter 75. In her first challenge, Ling Yixue chose to challenge the 10th place and won easily. Novel, La, although they were both at the middle 4th level of the martial vein, Ling Yixue's fighting skills were obviously better. In her second challenge, she still chose the 9th place and won again. But this time it was a dangerous win and she consumed a lot of energy. So she kept the remaining 3 challenges and waited for the next challenge. Next, she needed to recover. According to the rules, after the challenge, there would be a quarter of an hour rest. During this rest time, they could not be challenged. This was also a way to protect the talented disciples. Otherwise, it would be troublesome and unfair to fight one after another. Ling Yixue threw a few pills into her mouth. They were ordinary qi gathering pills. The effect was much worse than aura qi pill, but it also had the effect of recovering internal force. After Ling Yixue, who was ranked 19th, challenged another 3 people. However, Ling Xiao was not the one who was challenged. It was probably because no one knew his background, so they did not dare to challenge him. It could be seen that the opponents chosen by the Prodigy Hall disciples were often familiar with them. After the 3 challenges, it was Ling Xiao's turn. Ling Xiao, please choose your first challenge, the referee reminded. Ling Xiao nodded and looked at the 10 people sitting in the front row. His goal was to be first, but it was not necessary to get first place so quickly. Otherwise, there would be many people who would not be convinced and challenge him one after another. So his idea was to get into the top 10 first. Anyway, there were 5 chances. As long as there was 1 chance left for him to challenge Ling Fifan, it would be enough. Let's go with the 10th place. Ling Yixue was the 9th place, so he chose to challenge the 10th place. He knew that many people wanted to see his background, but the 10th place disciple was not qualified enough for him to use his real strength. He only went on the stage for a moment and still only used 1 punch, but this time he used bull strength. The opponent's situation was better than Ling Ji because Ling Xiao held back. How powerful is this Ling Xiao? He won the 10th place, so easily. Maybe he can really shake Ling Fifan's position. Idiot, the strongest in the Genius Hall are the top 5. He only won against the 10th place. I think that Ling Zhan would be able to defeat him easily. There is no need for senior brother Fifan to make a move. Who knows until the end? While they were arguing, Ling Xiao had already sat beside Ling Yixue. Ling Xiao, your battle strength seems to be higher than the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein. Ling Yixue lowered her voice and asked. Sort of. Ling Xiao smiled and did not deny it. It didn't matter if he admitted it. After all, up until now, he hadn't revealed any of his true trump cards. I won't continue. Ling Xiao had only challenged once. He felt that it was enough. He would leave the remaining chances for the top 3. Of course, he might also have to fight with Ling Yihong. Although he won against Ling Yihong, it was only because Ling Yihong underestimated him. It was not because he was that strong. So this time, he wanted to defeat Ling Yihong fair and square. It could also be considered as breaking the knot in his heart, for chances just right. Next, he would wait and see how the top 3 would fight. Although he was confident that he could win, he did not dare to underestimate his opponent. If he made the same mistake as Ling Yihong in the elimination round, it would be stupid. Ling Yin, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to avenge your brother Ling Feng. Suddenly, Ling Fifan looked at Ling Yun and smiled. Why do you say that? Because it's obvious that he can't win against me. And you can't challenge him unless you deliberately lose to a lower-ranked disciple. Ling Fifan said lightly. You don't have to provoke me. Even if I lose, so what? Anyway, there are 5 chances. It's easy for me to win back. Ling Yun glanced at Ling Fifan and said, But you get ready to accept my challenge. You are not my opponent. Ling Fifan smiled confidently. Not necessarily. Really. When the top 2 disciples of the Genius Hall were chatting, the challenges did not stop. From the 14th place to the top, the battles were getting more and more exciting, because the higher the rank, the stronger the strength of these martial artists. However, from the beginning to the end, no one challenged the top 6 disciples, and no one challenged Ling Xiao. Ling Yixue was challenged twice, but her opponents were defeated, and they were defeated cleanly. After being challenged, she also had a quarter of an hour to rest and recover. But she could recover so well in such a short time. It seemed that Ling Yixue had also practiced the secret method of recovery. Soon the battle spread to the top 6. Ling Fifan, Ling Yun, Ling Shuang, Ling Zhan, Ling Xiaopeng, Ling Yihong. I challenged the 4th-ranked Ling Zhan. Ling Yihong looked at Ling Zhan. His eyes were firm and full of confidence. Ling Xiao also had some impression of Ling Zhan, who appeared in the elimination round. At that time, Ling Zhan was already a martial artist at the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein. Although he did not break through now, he was not so easy to be defeated. Ha ha ha, not bad, Ling Yihong. You actually dared to challenge me? Do you think that I am the only one in the top 4 who is easy to deal with? No, the top 4 are not easy to deal with, Ling Yihong said with a serious face. He did not dare to underestimate Ling Zhan. The reason why he chose to challenge Ling Zhan was because Ling Zhan's movement technique was the worst among the top 5. Ling Yihong's movement technique was not strong enough, but it was better than Ling Zhan's. Thus, he chose Ling Zhan to target him. All right, my hands are itching anyway. Since that's the case, I'll play with you. Ling Zhan jumped onto the stage, and his aura instantly changed. This guy was also a martial artist who specialized in defense martial arts. A terrifying aura spread out, causing Ling Yihong to frown. This battle could be said to be the longest since the start of the competition. The match lasted for half an hour. Finally, the referee team made a judgment that Ling Yihong had won with a slight advantage. Humph, you win. But I am not convinced. I will challenge you later. Ling Zhan's fighting spirit was strong. He was not convinced by the judge's judgment, but he did not dare to disobey. Anyway, he would have the opportunity to challenge Ling Yihong later. It was not a big deal. However, someone beat him to it. Ling Xiaopeng, who was ranked 5th, was the younger brother of Ling Dapeng, who was defeated by Ling Yihong. Thus, he waited for a quarter of an hour before directly challenging Ling Yihong. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiaopeng's challenge directly forced Ling Yihong to use his biggest trump card. This guy was actually a swordsman. He had never used a sword in his previous battles. When he unsheathed his sword, Ling Xiaopeng automatically admitted defeat. That sword was really too terrifying, too amazing. Thus, Ling Xiaopeng, who was ranked 5th, lost his challenge. Next was Ling Shuang, who was ranked 3rd. As for Ling Zhan, who was ranked 4th, because he was defeated by Ling Yihong, he had no rank now. He had to start again in the next round. There is no other way, Ling Yin. I can only challenge you. Ling Shuang did not give up, although she was very clear that whether it was Ling Yun or Ling Fifan, her chances of winning were less than 20%. But she still wanted to try. Anyway, if she failed, her rank would not drop. Against Ling Yun, she at least knew his cultivation. But against Ling Fifan, she did not have the slightest bit of fighting spirit. Oh, you mean I am not as good as Ling Fifan? Ling Yun sneered and said, Since you think so, I will let you know that you are asking for humiliation by challenging me casually. Originally, Ling Yun intended to lose deliberately and then challenge Ling Xiao. However, the strong pride in his personality exploded at this time. My brother was nothing. My brother's revenge was nothing. Being looked down upon by others, that was the greatest displeasure. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.